Good evening and welcome in. I'm George Herbeck, Chief Forecaster here with Weather Now Kentucky. Welcome into the broadcast. We're beginning our severe storm coverage for this night of June 21st that we expect to spill over into June 22nd here. And we've got a rowdy line of storms, a by far overperforming line of storms. Of course, we don't know if that trend will continue into Kentucky or not. Hopefully it does not. But all ingredients are still in place to support strong to severe weather throughout the state. There are portions of the state. We'll dive into that. We have some time to go over the forecast here. As you're coming into the broadcast, if you would not mind, tap the share button at the bottom portion of your screen there. That'll share this video on your news feed so that way your friends and family can view it. Helps us to grow and helps us to spread the information out and keep more folks safe. So thank you very much for doing that. We've got another long night here across Kentucky. Let me go ahead and I'm just kind of getting my final things set up here. I see all of you sharing the broadcast now. You all are doing phenomenal. Amanda, thank you for your 20 stars. Welcome on in, everyone. Welcome on in, everyone. I will go ahead and pull up our main screen here, and we'll turn on the watches and everything. Talk about what I think is there, what I think is not there. We've already got 900 of you watching across the board, just crossed the 1,000 threshold. Thank you very much for all the shares and stuff. We do have a long night in store, folks. You guys know I've always been honest with you about things. I'm honest with you when it does happen and when it doesn't happen. And tonight, in my opinion, we do have a serious, severe threat we need to really begin to monitor. Of course, we have been telling you about this for the last couple of days. And even though the National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center did not highlight a level 3 out of 5 risk, we felt like there was enough evidence to support a level 3 out of 5 risk. So we kind of drew our best guess zone of that. As you can see, that has been going, unfortunately, extremely as we forecasted. Right now, almost that entire line, especially across southern Indiana, there is tornado warned. I know it's a little bit hard to see because there's a lot of colors going on, but I'll break it down here for you like this. In pink up here and across northern Kentucky, turn off the radar here for a second. Now you can very clearly see all those warnings, by the way. And pink is a severe thunderstorm watch. That is going to be for, again, far northern Kentucky. So it's that Independence, that Florence, that Burlington, Cold Spring, up there towards Cincinnati area. This is where the storms are expected to maybe produce mainly a damaging wind threat. Over Lexington, Cynthiana, Owenton, Newcastle, to Louisville, to Brandenburg, Taylorsville does not include Hardin County for whatever reason, although it absolutely should. Let me be clear on that. Tornado watch has been issued for the next 4 hours in yellow. And again, in my opinion, if you're in Hardin County, that should also include you as well, at least the northern tip, Radcliffe to Fort Knox to West Point. That's just my feeling on that. As far as elsewhere in Kentucky, there are currently no watches present, but it is my feeling that as these storms here in southern Missouri or southern Illinois and eastern Missouri continue to mature, if they can realize their potential, and what I mean by that is if they could take advantage of the amount of wind energy that's in the atmosphere and the amount of storm fuel that's in the atmosphere, then we will likely have another tornado watch issued, or at least severe thunderstorm watch issued for western Kentucky. At this point in central Kentucky, so Mumfordville, Litchfield, Bowling Green, Columbia, Danville, listen up. At this point, we don't know if these storms up here in southern Indiana, as they go through northern Kentucky, it's unclear if they're going to hold on to their severe potential for you, but at the very least, they will produce a low-end severe threat. Everyone in Kentucky tonight, turning off the watches and warnings here real quickly while we have a brief moment, because we do have some tornado warnings that are about to cross into Kentucky here. That's why I wanted to go live a little bit early. A level 2 out of 5 risk is present. Once again, you could have easily argued and verified a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk. And they had an opportunity to upgrade that, and they chose not to. Here is that tornado risk for tonight as well. This has relatively stayed the same. It has increased on the western side, I think, a little bit, up to a 5%, if I remember correctly from earlier. Again, 5% in brown, 2% in green. I will tell you, though, that there have already been at least 12 observed tornadoes in southern Indiana and southern Illinois tonight, or central Illinois tonight. Likely more than that. So don't let these numbers fool you. This does qualify as a regional tornado outbreak. Absolutely. And there will likely be more confirmations in the coming days as more surveys after the storms are over can be completed. But as of right now, yellow is that tornado watch. Pink is that severe thunderstorm watch. And the first thing that we're going to do very carefully is watch the Louisville area, as well as up there toward about Bedford, Kentucky, Campbellsburg, LaGrange, Kentucky. Unfortunately, the same area that was pretty ransacked. Talking about what was it? This past Wednesday. The camera up here in Sellersburg, Indiana. Again, a lot of these storms are going to be in Kentucky anyway. They're going to be rain wrapped, so they're going to be pretty hard to see on the cameras themselves. But again, as you can see here, we have a lot of storms now starting to flirt with that Ohio River area. And this cell in particular towards Santa Claus, Indiana, has been one we have been watching very, very carefully. This does have a history of producing multiple tornadoes. And again, I'll circle it for you to make it a little bit easier for you to see. We're talking about this one here. Obviously, you can tell that if it continues on its same path, that is going to be the Louisville area. And this, again, does have a now hours-long history of producing several tornadoes along its path here. So using our storm track tool from WeatherWise, we can actually do a measurement here and see that it'll be in the Louisville area in about 2.1 hours. That sounds like it's taking too long there. Let me make sure. Let's do this. It's about 30 miles an hour. They're not moving incredibly fast, so we should be able to have a decent amount of time on lead times. We'll just go put 30 in there. That cell in particular will be toward the Louisville area in about 1.7 hours. LaGrange in about 2.4 hours. But so they're not incredibly fast moving. So we do still have some time if you got some things to finish up before you guys want to tune in. You know, I could have lied to you and keep you in here to keep my viewership up, but I do think a lot of you still have some time. The exception to that is going to be obviously northern Kentucky, where in about 30 minutes or so, I expect that there will probably be another tornado warning issued for this area. I'm going to go ahead and refresh this because my cursor is already lagging behind here. By the way, I probably should make sure you guys can hear and see me okay. The broadcast look good, everybody? Everybody can hear me and see me okay? I haven't checked in with you guys yet. We've kind of just been going here. We already have almost 3,000 of you guys in here across the board here. Thank you guys so much for sharing the broadcast and liking the broadcast. It helps us out. That's the number one way you can support us, by the way, is just liking and sharing the broadcast. It's free. And it helps us to spread information out to more people. Everyone can hear and see okay. If you guys do not know, we are live on both YouTube and Facebook tonight. So if you don't want to hold us in your hand on your phone, you can always throw us up on your TV on YouTube. And I always recommend watching on YouTube as well because it has less delay. And it's just overall cleaner. The good news is these are all starting to go back down to radar indicated. There have been several observed tornado warnings tonight. It has been an insane evening. If you've kind of been busy with Father's Day plans, don't blame you. But if you have been busy, it has been an insane night across southern Illinois or southern Indiana and central Illinois. Matter of fact, I will show you the rotation tracks over the last, let's say, 3 to 4 hours here, and turning off the warnings just so you can see it a little bit better, you'll see it has been a spin fest out there in southern Illinois and southern Indiana. Just absolutely a spin fest. You can just tell that by looking at these tracks here and just like follow along the tracks and trying to project them here. You've got one here. Well, I probably should draw that a little bit better. You got one here, so that's like the Shepherdsville area, Brandenburg area, Taylorsville, southern Jefferson County. You've got another one kind of threatening northern Jefferson County. Another one that may go just north of Jefferson County. So, like, if you're Louisville, and Kelly, if you're watching, it may be time to go up another level there, because you've got 3 cells kind of targeting you. And luckily, right now, looks like you may be split. But when you got 3 cells targeting you, you can't really take that chance, I bet. And then, of course, you've got some more spin happening up here. Looks like it's starting to kind of wane down. And then you got some more spin happening over here. Now, the good news is, so far, and I think this might change. So far, the storms that should target Western Kentucky, which Western Kentucky does have the most storm fuel, okay? The storms that are kind of taking target there have been struggling, which I'm not sure why. I'd have to go back and look. I would assume it's a lack of lapse rates, I would assume. But these storms out here have been struggling. They are trying to start getting their act together. They have been trying to get their act together for a while now, but they have been struggling. So hopefully they continue to struggle. I think it would change because, again, once they get closer to Kentucky, they actually get better, and they get to better storm fuel. So it is my opinion that those should strengthen and target Western Kentucky a little bit harder. Matter of fact, do we have any warnings out there yet? We do not have any warnings out there yet, but it's going to be a close call. It's going to be a close call for Western Kentucky. So far, our focus is going to be, for now, for obvious reasons, basically the areas along the Ohio River. If Western Kentucky starts getting included back into the action, of course, we will come back to Western Kentucky here. And yes, I will show you a real quick glimpse into the future radar. But just for kind of context here, this is kind of the immediate area we're focused on. And then if those storms continue on, obviously it would be something more like this. So again, it's kind of a play it by ear type of scenario. We're dealing with a what's called a MCV, which if you didn't know, there's a lot of different storm types. This is technically referred to as a mesoconvective system. And this typically, they're pretty stubborn. They're pretty stubborn storm systems. They kind of, when you think they should be on their way down, they kind of just pick back up. They really have a mind of their own, if we're being quite honest with you here. And I will go ahead and show you the future model look here. Turn off those warnings. Um, Again, you can, by the way, watch or go through the models yourself on WeatherWise app. And again, most of it is free. So what I'm going to do now is just, again, kind of show you the future model here. Now, obviously, it's not going to be 100% accurate. The models have been terrible this year, but at least hopefully this kind of gives you maybe a general time frame of maybe when to expect things here, okay? So let's go ahead and skip this forward. This is valid for 10 p.m. Eastern time. You can see it's actually doing pretty well. It's got the storms approaching the Ohio River. Got some storms out there in western Indiana. Does not see the storms in southern Illinois that are currently there that we saw on the composite radar that I just showed you. So that's a bit of an interesting aspect. Thank you for all your star donations, by the way. I'll read those here in a moment. Advancing us forward to about 11 p.m., you'll see the model does try and get some supercell action, potentially going around Litchfield, going up through Elizabethtown, and eventually running into that line. And the model does show that Western Kentucky pretty much gets gapped. That's always good news for Western Kentucky. Western Kentucky, I think you guys will always see a bust, if you will, as a win because you guys just go through everything. But do not count on that because again, the current radar is suggesting some storms are trying to start up in southern Illinois that would target Western Kentucky. So again, kind of a play it by ear type of night here. But again, this is valid for midnight. You can see those storms are approaching Lexington, Elizabethtown, maybe up there toward Maysville, Mount Olivet. And then as it goes through about 1 to 2 a.m., you'll see that initial storm line kind of issues its way to the east there, maybe making way for a secondary kind of backside storm line for your morning commute on Monday. I keep my days all off here. Back out there toward western Kentucky and northwest Kentucky, and then going through about 7 a.m., you'll see it's just more of a spotty thunderstorm type of look then. And then on Monday afternoon, we get some more storms that come in, and we may have a severe risk out for eastern Kentucky Tuesday or a Monday afternoon. So again, we may have another severe risk for eastern Kentucky, only eastern Kentucky, where you see all the pink and purple out there for Monday afternoon. We will talk about that Monday morning because, again, you guys know my rule. One storm system at a time. One storm system at a time. And the reason for that is because each storm system and each storm line leaves a boundary that affects the next one. So you have to be careful on going too far into the future, even if it's just one at a time, because it could change. And we've seen that all the time, it feels like the last couple of weeks. And then kind of going through, you'll see some leftover showers for your Monday. And then going through, starts to clear up and things begin to clear out for later in the week where we may have another storm threat. By the way, early alert here, June 27th. Kind of an eyeball on that date now. So going back to the radar here, I'll get to a few of your questions. Hopefully there's not too many backyard questions because I just went through all that. But here is your current radar here. And again, our first areas up to watch are along the Ohio River into northern Kentucky. Yeah, it looks like it's just a bunch of rain right now. But behind this rain is a better, more organized line of potentially some light damaging winds. And then, of course, our next kind of area to watch is Bedford to LaGrange to Louisville. And then we'll see how these storms here, you kind of see some of these polygons are starting to turn a little bit more south here. So, again, this indicates that we may need to include this western Kentucky area and north central Kentucky in that tornado watch. So just leave that up there for you. And I'll get to a few questions now. By the way, thank you guys again so much for tuning in. Hopefully you have our notifications turned on and you're following or subscribed to us wherever you are watching at. And thank you all for liking and sharing the broadcast so far. It's going to be a long night here, so you might as well just go ahead and share the broadcast out so you don't have to hear me keep saying it. There are a lot of warnings out there. What time for Louisville? Again, you kind of have a few different cells targeting you there, so it kind of depends, honestly. The northern half of Louisville, so more toward downtown, probably a little bit quicker, maybe an hour or so. The southern half of Louisville, you're probably looking at that cell towards Santa Claus, Indiana. So you're probably talking about more closer to 2 hours. So again, you kind of going to be split there depending upon which side of the county you're in. Again, I want to point out for a lot of you asking about specific locations, here is your risk map for today, by the way. Level 2 risk is, again, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. was our window, and I believe it's going to be pretty close to that. And I think I said west to east. And again, level 2 risk, mainly damaging winds. I do think once this storm line kind of gets a little bit more into Kentucky, it probably loses that tornado risk a little bit. There will still be a tornado risk with it, but I think the damaging wind risk absolutely picks up because we're going to have a lot of downbursts. We're going to have a lot of microbursts, I think, in my opinion. So you're talking about the risk for 60 to 70, maybe even 75-mile-per-hour wind gust at the maximum. Possibility of tornado threat in Lexington based on the radar, probably about 2 to 4% in my opinion. Lynn, thank you for the 13 stars. I appreciate that. Will, thank you for following the WNK page on Facebook. And Thelma, thank you as well. Angel, thank you for your 200 stars. Chase, thank you for your 99 stars. A lot of shares tonight. Thank you guys a lot for that. Again, sharing and liking the broadcast is the #1 way to support us. Haley, thank you for 99 stars. I appreciate you. Lynn with another 20 stars. Thank you very much. Desiree, thank you for your 20 stars. Lynn with another 25 stars. I think I'm all caught up now. Desiree with another 20 stars. And Amanda with the 20 stars. So now I'm all caught up. Well, there's one more there. Let's grab that while we're at it. Penny, thank you for your 50 stars. I appreciate you. If we do miss your comments tonight, please don't spam too much. We do have about 3,000 of you watching across 2 different platforms tonight, so I'm going to miss some inevitably. Doesn't mean I'm doing it on purpose. Time frame, guys, again, it could be anywhere between 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. Eastern time because we may have some of those cells pop up in front of the line like the model data indicated. But the line is moving pretty slow right now, 30, 35 miles an hour. In some cases, even a little bit slower than that. So, again, probably more so close to that bullseye being probably midnight to 4 a.m. Miranda, thank you very much. Watching from Hopkins County, thank you for keeping us safe and informed. Dazed and confused, thank you very much. I appreciate you. What time will Fort Knox begin the worst of it? Again, probably about midnight to 4 a.m. A tornado warning for 1 hour. That is insane. Lots of stars coming through. Megan, thank you for your 50 stars. Barb, thank you for 100. Emily, thank you for your 99 stars. It's been a busy stretch, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to guess June showers bring July flowers. As cringe as that was, I thought of that all on my own. Desiree, thank you for becoming a WNK supporter on YouTube. Enjoy the no ads experience, and thank you for supporting us. We appreciate you, my friend. I've got some friends and family out there in Evansville, Indiana. Man, they have just been surrounded tonight. Not technically really included in anything just yet, but they have been surrounded tonight. Looks like Brandon's on that tornado warning out there in Carmi, Illinois. I wonder if he has anything to show. Again, we're watching these other states, guys, because this is the line that's coming into Kentucky. So having these views inside of WeatherWise really does help a whole lot. That tornado warning up there does not technically include anywhere in Kentucky. I'm going to go ahead and pop the big red open. It's going to be a long night. I've been on a big red kick lately. Pardon me? Thank you. I will definitely forget how to say that in about 5 minutes, though. But thank you. Early morning is the risk for Bowling Green. Yeah, that's kind of when the line will make it down to you, if it even holds together that long. Sirens in Corydon, Indiana. Yeah, because the far northern portion of your county is included in that warning, but Corydon itself is not, thankfully. We're keeping an eye on everything, though. These storms are getting close. That Sellersburg, Indiana camera, which I believe is operated by their EMA out there, maybe? Let me click this. Oh, well, I can't click it, or I can't open a new tab. A lot of lightning out there. Unfortunately, there's a huge bright light right in the middle of the camera frame, so it's going to make it very difficult to see. Louisville EMA camera. Sue me, Kelly. Louisville EMA camera out here, courtesy of, again, Louisville Emergency Management Services. Or Management Association. I don't know, one of them. Okay? But again, look at Louisville, right? Just for example here, this is how powerful these storms are tonight and how energetic they are. Louisville doesn't have a storm around it, but it's seeing lightning all the way back out here toward Greenville, Indiana. That's how far away this camera can see, and it's seeing that lightning all the way out there. That is incredible. That is incredible. And you can view these cameras too for free inside of the WeatherWise app. You're going to hear me say that a lot tonight, obviously, because I work with WeatherWise, and I just don't think enough people are taking advantage of everything they have. By the way, I'm not going to go into our sponsor spills. You guys know that on an alert broadcast like this. But if you see our sponsors scrolling in the bottom left there, hopefully you consider supporting them. They're the reason we could be here for you guys 24/7. Just take a look around the regional radars here. We got our fast scan on. Tornado ID, WeatherWise's Tornado ID is picking up a tornado chance up here, a rotational chance, I should say. It is at a 80% confidence. So the developers from WeatherWise told me that's quite high. So we need to really pay attention. Bethlehem, Bedford, Kentucky, just north of LaGrange, Kentucky. And you do see that kind of notch out right there, too. So we need to take a quick peek into here, see what we've got going on. We do have a little bit of rotation ongoing there. Definitely have something on our normalized rotation as well. I don't see any debris being picked up just yet, but that is an 80% confidence by the Tornado Beta or Tornado ID feature on WeatherWise, which again I've been told is 80% is relatively high. I've got my team messaging. Robbie, thank you for your 99 stars. Let's keep up the great works and thanks for everything you do. Thank you, Robbie. Kelly with the 5,000 banger. My goodness, 5,000 stars is a lot, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we can get some hearts in the chats for Kelly. Thank you for your 5,000 stars, dude. And then another 20 stars from Kelly. Says, always appreciate the hard work. Big Red rules. Been drinking it since the late 60s. Big Red's been out that long? My goodness. Kitsy, thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate you. Megan, thank you for your 50 stars. Barb, thank you for your 100. Emily, thank you for your 99. I appreciate you guys. Penny, thank you for another 50 there. Is the rest of the summer going to be stormy? I do think June continues. Again, June 27th is already a date we're kind of highlighting. Of course, that can change. It's 6 days out. But it's kind of a day we're already beginning to watch. And I'm going to be honest with you, I really haven't looked into July too much. And historically, July is a very calm time in Kentucky. And to be honest with you, historically, June is as well. But with our La Nina transitioning to El Nino, it changes the jet streams around, gives us a little bit more wind shear to work with. And that's why we're dealing with a lot more of these storm systems that we don't typically deal with in the summertime. You know, the summertime in Kentucky, if you're new to Kentucky, by the way, it's usually a lot calmer. It's just very sticky, very warm. We don't really have these types of storms. We may have some downpours. We may have some damaging winds, maybe some small hailers. But we don't really deal with tornadoes very much in the months of June through pretty much all of summer. So this is definitely an abnormal stretch, but there is a very obvious reason for it. Oh, thanks, Mike. Gramber, thank you for becoming a supporter on the YouTube there for 4 months now. Says nervous in Gallatin County tonight. Thank you for always keeping us informed. You guys know I have your back. Even if I'm not mentioning your city right this second, guys, you guys know if something's imminent on your city, I will let you know. So, ironically, if you don't hear me mentioning your city right now at this moment, or for a long time, that's probably a good thing. That's probably a good thing. Thank you for all the shares and likes on the broadcast again. I appreciate you guys. I'm going to refresh this and see what we're at here. I think it's time for me to upgrade my computer, which I really don't have money for now that we bought a house, but almost 1,000 likes on the broadcast. Thank you guys again. I appreciate you guys. I don't know what it is on YouTube. There isn't an Evansville camera. No, not on the WeatherWise app. There may be no, it's not a traffic camera out there either. There is a storm chaser very close to Evansville in Carmi. Am I saying that right? Carmi, Illinois. Someone corrected me on it earlier. Thank you for always keeping us informed. From Western Kentucky, we have been through a lot, and my anxiety has been lower since I found someone who doesn't fearmonger. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. You should see my DMs. Everyone thinks I fearmonger. Will Hopkinsville get anything? Didn't let us know about Maysville last week. Someone claims I didn't let them know about Maysville on Wednesday. Here is a post from us on June 17th at 12 p.m. Wednesday at 12 p.m. before the storms, about 12 to 14 hours before that Maysville event occurred. And look, we have Maysville in our highest category. I think people just say things sometimes just to hear themselves speak or see themselves type. Always a good time when you can prove a hater wrong. Jason, thank you for the 300 stars. I appreciate you. What was that for? What was that buzz for? Oh, that's because we have this tornado warning now for Evansville and Newburgh, and it barely clips into Kentucky there. My Evansville Newburgh friends, a tornado warning has now been issued for you. I've been waiting on this for a while. And since it's so close to Kentucky, and we do actually have quite a few viewers out there from that area, we'll take a quick look in here and see what we have over here. We do have some broad rotation, maybe a little bit more focused, just east of the center of Evansville there. So let's go ahead and take a look in. We have any hooks or anything? We do have a hook on the backside here. So it definitely has that look. Definitely has that look. Let's see if we notice any debris tracks here. Don't really see a whole lot of that yet. Going over here to the rotation tracks from the composite radar, we are picking up on some rotation happening in Evansville, and that has been happening for roughly 5 to 10 miles now. We have some. It's not really as focused, in my opinion, yet. We definitely have some rotation occurring there, and you obviously have a hook occurring. A severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued for the northern central Kentucky here from Louisville to LaGrange. I'll highlight it here with a weather-wise highlight feature that you guys are kind of getting a sneak peek into here. LaGrange, Bethlehem, Crestwood, Middletown, Central Louisville, Clarksville, Indiana. Again, for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible tag on that cell as well. Again, we have the Sellersburg camera here that we can take a look into. Unfortunately, it does look like I have been saying this for 3 years. Someone needs to invent wiper blades for cameras. I don't know how someone hasn't done that yet, or how Hascams hasn't figured that out yet, but they could probably make a lot of someone, whoever does it, they're going to make a lot of money. But I'll leave that camera up here because that's going to tell us what's coming in to Sellersburg, which will eventually go into northern Jefferson County. And what county is that? Oldham County. Yes. That's the county I'm thinking of. I could not remember life of me there. And we'll take a peek back into the Evansville one here real quickly as well, because our team member Mike actually lives somewhere out there. I won't tell you exactly where. Haha, losers. I know and you don't. But you see that little hook into your red there? That can be a little something there, and you actually have a little spike up on the opposite side as well. It's not completely organized. As a matter of fact, it looks quite broad. But I definitely agree with the warning that's happening out here. To me right now, this looks like more of a downburst of winds, but you still got that hook there that's ongoing. So this absolutely can develop into something more. Tornado warning now includes the far northern tip of Meade County. This is that same cell we said, hey, keep an eye out for. And look what it has up right now. Right after that, it's going to be southwestern Jefferson County. We told you about that 15 minutes ago. So again, we're keeping an eye on this storm cell that continues to have a history of producing tornadoes. And again, right now, that's over the far northern Meade County area, just north of Battletown. Again, kind of keeping an eye on that one now. So let's go ahead and check the radar there And look at our velocity. And yep, we absolutely do have some rotation ongoing there. A little bit more broad than it used to be. Let's check the Evansville radar actually for this one. We do have some ongoing there. Going back to the Louisville radar for our correlation. Okay, I don't see anything super focused right now, but you see a little notch in, and you have a little bit of your updraft up here. You definitely have some ingredients here, some indications that this absolutely could be something tornadic here. And again, up after that's coordinate Indiana, and then hello Jefferson County might be a direct bullseye here if that cycles again. So if Kelly's still listening, whatever y'all got to do out there to get ready. And still keep an eye on this Evansville one as well for our friends along the Ohio River there. Right now, it continues to look quite broad, but it does still have that hook on the backside, so you absolutely should be in your safe places there. It might scoot literally a quarter mile north of Newburgh, Indiana. They're way too close for comfort. Any little slight turn there could make all the difference there for our Newburgh friends. LaGrange, Campbellsburg, Crestwood, Louisville, Middletown continues to be under that severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible tag as well. So we definitely have some activity starting to cross over the Ohio River here into northern portions of Kentucky. Looking back out here toward southern Illinois, we're keeping an eye on this mess to see what may happen or may organize or may not organize out there in southern Illinois that could impact western Kentucky there. So we're keeping an eye on that stuff as well. But right now, our focus is absolutely on the Ohio River kind of area here. Up there in northern Kentucky, where that severe thunderstorm watch is, I just have a really hard time seeing any severe weather really getting going on here. Maybe a marginal warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but there's just a lot of rainfall and almost looks like quite a lot of cold pulling happening up there. So that part of the line should be weakening, and the data did indicate this. The data did indicate, hey, this northern half will weaken, this central half will strengthen, then it will weaken, then this western half over here will kind of start to heat up a little bit. So, again, this is kind of what the data did actually indicate. So, for the first time in forever, it seems like the data actually is doing okay tonight. Again, severe windows now to 4 a.m. for folks asking about time frames. I will do a storm track here in just a second on these cells. Just going through, see if there's any really... By the way, for those of you asking me to look at cameras from other sites and stuff, again, I can't pull up cameras from other different news channels and stuff. I don't have rights to those. You have to have rights. Mike, can you let Shireen know we're live if she doesn't know? Talking about this first cell will miss Brandenburg, but this cell back out here toward Evansville would be the one to watch for her if you want to relay that to her if she's not in here. Yes, there is a tornado warning in Evansville. I'm surprised. Have they pushed that? Have they pushed the watch to the south yet at all? I'm gonna go through now and look. The little dings you might hear is my team messaging me, by the way. So if you're wondering what those are, that is our WNK team in the background getting things rolling. If you'd rather the map be bigger, I've seen a couple comments about that. You could turn your phone sideways on Facebook, or you can go watch us on YouTube on your TV. 90% of you have smart TVs now, and those have YouTube app on them. I can't really make the map any bigger here without cutting off my camera and the alerts at the bottom. So, okay, so you guys wanted the storm track here, so let's go ahead and do that real quickly. So let's go right to left here. Let's go right to left, okay? Storm track for our severe warning over here. Kind of going to focus it a little bit more on the Louisville area, obviously, because it's a bigger population there. Let me zoom in a little bit more, actually. Because if you don't zoom in enough, it won't catch all of these cities here. You get a little bit more of a specific view, if you will. Okay, let's do a storm track from up here, from the branch. So on the right side there, you'll see your storm track impact times. By the way, you can do this inside of the WeatherWise app yourself as well. Linden in about 27 minutes, J-Town in about 36 minutes, Elk Creek in about 1 hour, and Shelbyville in about 1.2 hours on that storm track. Let's do another one for our LaGrange and Oldham County friends. Goshen in about 10 minutes, Crestwood in 26 minutes, Shelbyville in about 59 minutes there. Now let's go up here toward that tornado warning, and let's do one for that box. Although we're not going to get many cities in here. Campbellsburg in about 31 minutes, Newcastle in about 35 minutes, Imminent in about 37 minutes, and Gratz in about 53 minutes, if those continue on. And again, hopefully within some of that, you found a place that was either near you or is you. Let's go to our tornado warning here that has a history of producing several tornadoes along its path here. Let's do a storm track on that bad boy. I'm going to actually project that this takes a southern turn here and probably looks a little bit more like that. So we'll do that right there. Alton in about 16 minutes. West Point in about 1.3 hours. Not currently included in that tornado watch. Shively in about 1.5 hours. Louisville Muhammad Ali Airport in about 1.7 hours. Shepherdsville in about 1.8 hours. And Linden in about 2 hours. So again, the storm line is moving a little bit slower than I think a lot of people are realizing as well. It's moving about as fast as you would in your neighborhood roads. Going back over here to our cell, just north of Newburgh now. Looks like it will miss the Newburgh area by literal thousands of feet, which is incredible. Decent pocket of rotation there. Yep, absolutely. Tornado ID, by the way, has a 47% confidence, so not as high as we see oftentimes, but definitely a solid area of rotation there. And we do see a little bit of maybe potential debris there. Maybe it's really, really, really close. But again, if that continues on, it should miss most of the Kentucky area, but it may eventually go into that Brandenburg area if it continues on. So let's do a little bit of a storm track on that. Probably takes a southern wiggle at some point, and that's kind of your path there. Richland City in about 32 minutes. Grandview in about 54 minutes. Tell City in about 1.3 hours. Hardinsburg in about 2.0 hours. Irvington in about 2.3 hours. Brandenburg in 2.5 hours. West Point in about 3 hours. Radcliffe in about 3 hours. And Elizabethtown in about 3 hours and 20 minutes. So again, a lot of you have more time than I think than you realize, because these storms are they're not directly going to Kentucky yet. If they were directly turning south, obviously it'd be a lot quicker. But since they are scooting east and will eventually turn south, it'll take them a little bit longer. Allison, thank you for 20 stars. I appreciate that. With another 20 stars as well. Thank you, Allison. Thank you for all the likes and shares on the broadcast. Welcome in, everyone. I'm George Herbig, Chief Forecaster here with Weather Now Kentucky, where we only focus on Kentucky and maybe sometimes our friends in Southern Indiana if we're feeling nice. Thank you all so much for trusting us on a night like tonight, where this storm system has absolutely overperformed. It is looking like it may be on a weakening trend now, but we'll have to keep an eye on that, because typically with these types of storm systems, they can pulse down, kind of trick some people, and then pulse back up. So definitely do not let your guard down at all. This is a level 2 out of 5 risk for Kentucky today in yellow, a level 1 out of 5 in green, and over here for your very light green, it's a general thunderstorm risk. You can see right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings. When we went live, there was actually 9, so we definitely are taking a tick down for now. Again, this probably will pulse back up. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings along this as well. Out here in Western Kentucky, we continue to keep an eye on this kind of convection here in southern Illinois and eastern Missouri. Right now, it's been, and for the last few hours, it's really been struggling. It's really been struggling out there. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it. But right now, my concern is not as high as it once was this afternoon for Western Kentucky. But again, do not let your guard down, because at any moment, these cells can really begin to wake up. Because, I mean, they all look good. They all look good, just to be clear. It's just that they're really maturing, or they're really struggling. Are we seeing any lightning out of these? That's a big key. We are seeing a little bit of lightning out of these, and typically when you see lightning, it means a storm system or a storm cell is maturing. Over here, let's go ahead and check our lightning counter over here for these storms. Lots of lightning with these, and then of course here in Central Kentucky, as that storm line gets in, the storm line should be over, or that cell should be now over the Sellersburg, Indiana camera. And just look at that American flag getting whipped around out there. Right now, it's only reading 5 miles an hour on the wind scale. That's maybe because we just missed it, I think. But we'll be able to watch that Louisville camera as well, courtesy of Louisville EMA. I'm not missing any important. Okay. Jonathan, welcome in, my friend. In Berea, Kentucky, probably not that high of a concern. You're kind of on the area where I think it takes a tick down. You're technically included in that level 2 risk, but I think it really begins to take a tick down in that area. But again, kind of keep an eye out since you still technically are in that level 2 out of 5 risk. By the way, I want to point out all of these areas that have had these several tornadoes, and we're talking about a legitimate regional tornado outbreak today across southern Illinois, southern Indiana, now crossing into Kentucky. It's all been a level 2 out of 5 risk. So if you're in a level 2 tonight, you treat it with respect. I mean, obviously, this should have been a level 3 out of 5 risk. I am very surprised it was not. I understand why it was not, though, because you didn't really know the evolution of the storm system. But I just want to point that out. This has all happened tonight, this regional outbreak, in a level 2 out of 5 risk zone. I want to see if we have any storm reports yet. Yeah, I mean, here you go already. So this is the storm. I know it's really hard to see. So squint your eyeballs, and maybe zoom in if you can. But you see all these red that has already happened out here? These are observed tornadoes that they've already got confirmations on. They're preliminary reports, but they only go in there whenever there's legitimate observations. They're already up to 33. A few out here, so you take off a few, so you're already up to 30. And a level 2 out of 5 risk. It's been an insane overperformer tonight. We now have a particularly dangerous situation, by the way. Not in Kentucky, but very close. So this tells me that this was likely on the ground. This is observed, by the way. A particularly dangerous situation just a hair to the east of Newburgh. If you're my friend Michael Newburgh, you better be on your knees praying and thanking God tonight. Because this is a strong tornado that has now exited the Evansville area. Thank God that didn't become a dangerous situation in the Evansville area, although there was still likely rotation there as well. But yeah, you absolutely have a tick up there. You see that nice bright bulb right next to the inbound winds versus the outbound winds there. And look at that on your normalized rotation. It's definitely taken a massive tick up. And we'll keep watching our minimized correlation coefficient here to see if we see any debris balls eventually. Right now, I don't see one. But yeah, if you ever see these purple warnings pop up on my screen, that's a particularly dangerous situation, which means it's something that's life-threatening. And to see how close that is, Kentucky border, Owensboro. So lucky on missing this one. If this continues on, though, it's Tell City, it's Brandenburg, it's Northern Hardin County, it's Bullock County. If it continues on, so I mean, we've got a PDS warning, literally a spitting distance from the Northern Kentucky border there. Incredible. Incredible. Let's check on this cell over here toward crossing into the northern Meade County area. Definitely still showing some rotation there as well, as you kind of see all those inbound versus outbound winds together there, and a decent burst of winds with that, by the way, as well. You're seeing a lot of 70s popping up there. Let's take a look at, does it have any type of hooking feature? It absolutely has a hooking feature on it. And again, this is going to just scoot just north of Battletown, literally minutes away from Brandenburg, Kentucky as well. Why am I on 1.3 tilt? Definitely a nice hooking feature on that. You kind of see where it's starting to bulge out now a little bit as well. You have that inflow in there. Definitely a nice feature on that cell. And again, we're still taking a quick peek out here to that PDS warning, that particularly dangerous situation out here. Just north and east of Newburgh, just literally a hair north of Newburgh, Indiana there. That is incredibly close. We have another tornado warning for Linville. I feel like they've been in 3 tornado warnings tonight or something like that. Back over here to the Louisville area. Inside of Kentucky, that severe storm is now starting to approach the northern portions of Jefferson County. It's inside of Oldham County, going up there toward Bethlehem and Campbellsburg as well. It is for 60-mile-per-hour winds with a tornado possible tag on it. Let's take a check in and see if we see any rotation. I'm going to turn the radar sideways. Don't lose your mind here, just so I can see our boundaries a little bit better. I don't really see anything there at the moment, thankfully, when it comes to rotation. Looks more like we have a gust front starting to come out here, so I wouldn't be surprised if we may see that warning maybe ticked up a little bit more for winds there. It's going to be quite windy. Tornado warning probably just changed. Let's see here. I'm going to guess they updated this one over here toward northern Meade County there in Perry County in Indiana, where we have that hook still developing. A lot of lightning surrounds that. Even out, look how far the lightning strikes are coming out here. That's how strong this bad boy is. We got a mean cell about to cross over northern Meade County. It is tornado warned here, as you see indicated by the red. Read the bulletin here. At 10:24 p.m. Eastern Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles southwest of Carefree Town, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Incredibly slow storms today. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Again, it's from northern Meade County on the tip there, crossing over into Indiana. We still have this particularly dangerous situation tornado warning over here for, again, this is just outside of Kentucky. It's going to be 9:20 p.m. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Newburgh. Wait. Mike, you good? Mike, our team member, literally lives in Newburgh, Indiana. So forgive me if I check on him for a second. Because it says this was confirmed over Newburgh. You'll see him oftentimes in the chat. He's one of our moderators. And he lives out of Newburgh, Indiana. It says a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over his hometown. So I just want to make sure he's okay. I'm not getting any responses yet, though. Okay, I see he did put a waving emoji in the YouTube chat. Whew. Okay. That's always scary to read when your friend dodge that one. Hopefully you're in the basement, my friend. Everybody good? Woo wee. That one scared me. That one scared me. Anything going southeast will go south a little bit. As you can see here toward this Louisville warning. See how that warning starting to turn south? And some of these warnings out here in southwestern Indiana are starting to turn south. Again, if your city's under an impact soon, we will let you know. Please don't spam the chats. We will let you know. Right now, we have a lot of folks under the gun. You will get that same respect whenever it's you under the gun. Looks like that storm now. Oh, they still got their camera pointed northwest. Kelly. Should we be expecting to watch Miller Green? I would not at this time. Are you thinking the PDS area looks like it's going to last until Hardin County or dissipate? There's obviously no telling. I can't see the future on that. I could just say, obviously, these storm systems have had a several-hour history at this point of producing now over 30 tornadoes across southern Illinois and southern Indiana. So definitely with that history in mind and with the environment that we have in place, absolutely, even if you're not included in a watch yet, you need to be paying attention. Just being straightforward with you. We have heavy circulation now over Brandenburg. Sorry, be clear on that. North of Brandenburg. I want to see what Tornado ID. Tornado ID's confidence is at 61%. Again, that's only a WeatherWise feature. You can see that in the app as well. Go ahead and take a look here. We definitely have some rotation. It looks a little messy at this moment. It could be because of the radar beam there. Yeah, there we go. Now we can see it a little bit better there. And we still see a solid little hook occurring. You see that kind of just little nudge out. I call it a little nub right there. That's usually where your rotation would like to live. And you also see tornado ID is lined up with that little nub. And you see a lot of lightning happening around it there. Definitely indicating a very severe cell entering far northern Meade County. I have not forgotten about you folks over here for Campbellsburg, LaGrange, Crestwood, Linden, Bethlehem. This portion of the line is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's what your severe warning is for there. Looks like that warning has come back down from PDS down to a regular radar-indicated tornado warning there, so that's great news. Hopefully that continues. These storms, I will say, these storms have been cycling a lot tonight. What that means is they'll be very strong, very impactful for a brief amount of time, and then it will come down. Another cell maybe interacts with it, and then they cycle and ramp back up. So it's kind of like a recycling process over and over and over again. It'll come down, go up, come down, go up, come down, go up. It's been happening a lot tonight in southern Illinois and southern Indiana. Let's see if we have anything about any more watches potentially coming out yet. I don't see anything yet about any further watches at this point. I will let you guys know if that changes. Allison, thank you for your 20 stars. I appreciate you. I'm going to refresh my Facebook software here if you guys don't mind. That warning has now been extended now, going into Corydon, Indiana, New Amsterdam, Indiana, and now does include the Battletown area. Very close to Brandenburg. Should scoot just north of Brandenburg. We're now over 1,200 reactions to the broadcast and 400 shares. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate you. Thank you guys very much. That helps so much. I'm in northern Kentucky. Anything severe? Up there in northern Kentucky, there's looks like a lot of rainfall. A lot of rainfall. Don't even really see a whole lot of lightning up there. So very clear indication this portion of the line is well below severe standards. Again, that's Owenton, Williamstown, Butler, Patriot, Independence, Florence. The stuff you guys are seeing up there in northern Kentucky seems to be well below severe standards. At the moment, of course, I will let you guys know if that changes. About the storm coming from Evansville, is that going to track to Brandenburg later tonight? Yeah, if it does continue on, it will track toward Brandenburg or maybe take a southern wiggle at some point like the rest of these cells and eventually maybe turn a little bit more toward the Irvington and Ratcliffe area. So somewhere in that area is where we're kind of watching for that cell. George's Ratcliffe cooked. Right now, not included in the watch for whatever reason. But I do think you absolutely need to be paying attention to, especially this line here. Checking back in on that southern Illinois portion. Still not seeing any maturing out here. So western Kentucky, you might get a little bit lucky tonight. Don't count your ducks just yet, though. But this portion of the line is just, for whatever reason, has just not gotten its act together. Let's see if I can maybe... There is a little cap there. A little capping aversion. On the mid layer, on the mixing layer, though, it's not there. Just taking a look at some of the storm ingredients. So with that cell that's in Evansville, or that's east of Evansville now, that actually has the best wind shear available with it. Let's check the helicity out as well. Also has the best helicity with this, so we really need to watch this cell as it comes across this north central Kentucky area. I'm gonna mark it for you guys so you have the storm track impact times here. So pay attention. I'm gonna mark it for you guys, and I'm going to also assume that this is probably going to take a little bit of a southern wiggle, just like the rest of the cells here. And it's probably going to end up being something like this. I'm going to assume, maybe not quite that far south, maybe somewhere in there. And here are your storm track impact times. On the right side here. So again, like you obviously see, yes, this storm cell may keep its act together, but it's got 3 hours almost until Ratcliffe. It's got 2 hours, a little bit more than that, until Brandenburg. It's got 3.5 hours till Shepherdsville. So that's a lot of time for a storm cell to change, obviously. So again, these storms are moving incredibly slow. Incredibly slow. Again, right now, to me, that's the best looking cell at the moment. Again, it's got 3 hours to change, though, until it gets to a lot of you. 2 hours until Breckenridge County. 1.5 hours, by the way, for Hardinsburg. What's the shortest Kentucky time here? What is that? Hallsville, maybe? Hallsville, 56 minutes. We have a little bit of time until it actually crosses into Kentucky here. But we'll obviously also have to keep an eye on this cell. It's still in a pretty good spot. Not as good of a spot as this cell over here is, but this cell's in a good spot too, and it's taking aim right at obviously the most popular city in Kentucky with the highest level of population, which is Louisville. More specifically, probably at southwestern side. So we're talking about Shively, Valley Station, Pleasure Ridge Park, kind of that southwestern side there, towards Shepherdsville, maybe northern Hardin County, the tip there toward West Point. Florence, Kentucky, don't really see much of a severe risk for you. Kelly, probably a little bit more south, because in my opinion, you're probably looking at this cell here. Right now, if this arrow's correct anyway, you're more just above the cell into Corden. You probably need to be looking a little bit more toward New Amsterdam there, for example. Hey, how y'all doing tonight? Hope y'all are doing good. I'll answer a few questions at this point. Keep this, you guys want me to play this in motion? You guys let me know. That's way too far back. We don't need to go back to 8 o'clock. Let's go 30 scans here. Okay. By the way, I'm going to answer some questions here. I love you guys, but if you know that you're in a small town, give me a bigger city near you, please. So I could help you out a little bit faster. Joshua, thank you very much. Thank you guys again for all the likes and shares on the broadcast. I appreciate you. Jessica with the $1 super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. How is Brandenburg looking? This current tornado warning is going to go just north of you, but we got to keep an eye on that other tornado warning back out there toward Boonville, Indiana, just south of that. What about Frankfurt? Frankfurt's got to keep an eye on that stuff that's happening up there toward LaGrange, probably in your area in about an hour. Again, all risks are on the table, but it looks like more of a damaging wind threat. Could E-Town be included in the tornado watch? E-Town, I don't know. Just north of E-Town, Rhineyville and Ratcliffe, yes. Anything happening in Shepherdsville, you are included in that level 2 out of 5 risk. Keep an eye on this cell over here just north of Brandenburg and that cell back out there toward Boonville, Indiana. And we also, by the way, while I'm answering these questions, we also have to keep an eye out for any cells that may pop up. So again, that's why I'm saying don't let your guard down. You know, we have to keep an eye out for any cells that may potentially pop up as well. Western Kentucky timing, if those storms can mature out there in southern Illinois, probably talking about 12:30 to 4:30 Eastern time. So what is that, 11:30 to 3:30 Central time? How's Madisonville, Kentucky? Again, kind of in Madisonville, in that general Western Kentucky area, it's going to depend on what those cells in Southern Illinois are doing. Right now, they seem to be very tamed. They're not really growing or maturing. So, but we'll keep an eye on it for you. Devin, thank you for your 145 stars, my friend. Thank you for all the star donations tonight. It's been incredible. Will the threat be over once the line passes us? Yeah, for most of you, yes. Yeah, it will, because I was thinking, I don't know, because there have been multiple lines in Indiana, but it looks like those lines are really all kind of converging together at this point. My boy Phil, thank you for the 100 stars, dude. Hope you're having fun at work tonight, driving through all of this. Megan, thank you for 20 stars. Jen, thank you for your 50 stars. I appreciate that, my friends. So it's passing above E-Town, dang near. Yeah, it's very close. And again, there may be more cells that develop on the southern side of this or just in front of this line. If you kind of look out here, I'm going to move this just for a second, but watch on the playback. Kind of right in here in a second. You will see a couple right there. You'll see there is some attempts at busting the cap in front of this line. So again, if I say you're clear right now, just again keep a loose eye. keep a loose eye because there may be some of these cells that pop up in front of this line. The data keeps indicating that it hasn't happened so far, but I have to say, maybe there is a few cells that pop up in front of this. Bowling Green, it would be several hours until it gets you, probably closer to 4 to 7 o'clock in the morning if that line out in Southern Illinois can hold together. And again, by that point, I struggle to see any real severe risks. But you have to look out for damaging winds at that point. Chase, thank you for your 20 stars tonight. I appreciate you. Pikeville, Kentucky for tonight. Oh, you're all good out there. Enjoy some of whatever y'all do out there in Pikeville. Way away from me. Kay, thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate that. Grayson County, Kentucky. Have to keep an eye for Grayson County. I'm going to stop this for a second. For Grayson County, Kentucky, what is that? What's that for? Wait for it to pop up here. They're just updating the Brandenburg one, maybe? Yeah, they're just updating the Brandenburg one. By the way, do you guys like those warnings that are sliding in from the right there? Let me know. Anyway, for Grayson County, yeah, probably have to watch back out here toward the Southern Illinois area as well. You will probably miss this kind of active line here, probably scoop just north of you. You're probably talking about way later on tonight. Lebanon, Kentucky, kind of in that same boat as Grayson County. A lot of you are going to be in that same boat as Grayson County that I just mentioned because for real, to be honest with you, what are the kids saying for real? No cap. Are they still saying that? Anyway, this line here is probably looking more like kind of this area of Kentucky. You know what I mean? That's about it. At least at this point. Which, if you do look at the tornado watch, right, that's currently out, you'll see it's pretty much over those same areas. For whatever reason, they skipped here and they skipped here. Why? I have no idea. Because you literally have a tornado warning bearing down on these areas. But they did what they did. Anyway, that's kind of the area to watch with this line. For pretty much everyone else in Kentucky, let me go ahead and zoom out because this may help answer some of your questions. For pretty much everyone else in Kentucky, I'll kind of explain some of the what the questions are here. Okay? This would really help, by the way, if you know where you're at on the map. It's 2026. You all should know where you're at on the map. For pretty much everyone else, we're kind of watching what this activity back out here towards Southern Illinois and Eastern Missouri is doing because this is the activity that will push more south and push into Kentucky more closer to, probably approaching the border there and probably around, 12:15 or so Eastern time. And to be honest with you, these have looked pretty good out here. There has been instances of lightning and them potentially growing, but they've been struggling out there in that area. So for a lot of you in Kentucky, you're watching this out here in the purple. As far as so for example, that includes kind of like this area, right? That's kind of the pinks kind of go together there. As far as Eastern Kentucky, here's kind of what you're watching. So we're gonna use Eastern Kentucky. What color do you want? I'm gonna guess you all are very red out there. Anyway, if you don't get it, whatever. Anyway, for Eastern Kentucky, what we're kind of watching for you guys is obviously for like up here. I guess up here you could probably include. What color is that? Close enough. For up here, you could probably include yourselves in that blue crap as well. But as far as this red Eastern Kentucky area, you're probably kind of let's go there with it. You're once again watching kind of up and into this area over here. A lot of arrows here. But hopefully this helps answer some questions of what different areas of Kentucky are watching for right now. Okay? Because I love you guys, but I can't go in and answer every single person's question, and I want to try and answer as many as possible. So for pink area, you're watching that crap that's happening out there in the pink circle in Southern Illinois and Eastern Missouri. That's kind of what you're watching. In this red area out in Eastern Kentucky, you're kind of watching a little bit of both. Although I think by the time these storms get to you tomorrow morning, they're probably absolutely nothing. Because, again, these storms are moving at 25 miles an hour. That's probably about 10 hours until these storms get to you. So if you're out in Eastern Kentucky, I don't see that much at this point. Because you're talking about these storms coming in at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning maybe. So it's going to be close. Blue area, you're obviously watching the very obvious, very active line that's going through northern Kentucky and southern Indiana right now. That's kind of what you're watching. This watch was updated. They've expired that warning, by the way, up there for LaGrange and Louisville. That's why I don't really talk about it that much. It looked more like 45 to 55 mile an hour winds to me. It didn't look severe. So they've just updated that warning there. That's what you're seeing come across your screen. So that basically kind of sums up what each area of Kentucky is looking at. And again, these storms are moving incredibly slow. So again, a lot of you have plenty of time, really, to go do what you want to do. Watch me if you want to hang out with me and support us. But again, that's kind of what different areas of the state are watching at this point. By the way, um, red area, if the storms do make it to you, damaging winds would probably be the only real risk. More so just heavier rains. Pink area, damaging winds would be the main risk. Probably a very low, but not zero tornado risk. The greatest tornado risk, in my opinion, right now, obviously, is in that blue circle area, where we obviously have multiple tornado warnings moving into. But that line does look like it's starting to weaken, so that's good news as well. So taking those lines off now. I'm going to check the radar real quickly, make sure we haven't missed anything. We do still have that tornado warning just north of Brandenburg there. This, again, is tracking into western Jefferson County here, probably over the next 45 minutes or so. Don't see a whole lot of rotation there at this moment, but it is awful close to the radar beam, so it could have some impact on it. Let's double check with the composite radar here on weather-wise. Over the last 30 minutes, there absolutely has been a lot of rotation there. Okay, so it's just because it's so close to that radar beam. But there's still a lot of rotation happening in northern Meade County. By the way, if you guys have any photos or videos throughout the night to send me, make sure you send it to us on our Facebook page, our DMs there, so I can see it. Yeah, actually, you still see it. So it's normalized rotation if you focus your eyes real carefully. Right there. There's definitely some rotation happening just a hair north of Battletown. So now that we know that's still there and still active, we're going to lock our screen. And we're going to come over here, which is back over to that, so we don't have to keep looking at all that crap. Wow, look at all that lightning. Look at all that lightning. That's a lot. I have that filter down, too, so there's probably more lightning there than what's actually being shown. So now that we know the status of rotation there that's still ongoing, we can now do the storm track. Ooh, big hook, big hook, big hook. Hold up, big hook. Big hook. Where's my drawing tool? Okay, never mind. I just updated. Dude, that's scary. Don't do that to me. There's a big hook on that bad boy. You still have that rotation there. So, okay, now that that's known, let's try this again, and I'll try not to get distracted this time. We'll do a storm track for along the path here. So, again, it would probably turn a little bit more south, probably something like this. And you're looking at 46 minutes until very far northern West Point, so that's southern Jefferson County, northern Hardin County. 1.2 hours until Louisville Muhammad Ali Airport. 1.3 hours until Shepherdsville. 1.6 hours until Mountain Washington. So that kind of gives you a timeline on the most, I guess, the closest cell to really doing anything to Kentucky at this point. So take that off there. Want to take a real quick. I'm gonna turn this watch back off now. They include Hardin. Okay, they included Breckinridge County. Thankfully, I still don't know why they include Hardin. They updated that watch just to add in Breckinridge County, and you've got an obvious gap here now, where this cell is probably going to track into Hardin County. That's just so funny to me. Sometimes I would love to be a fly on the wall. A fly on the wall. What I would give to be that sometimes. Okay, anyway, Breckinridge County, you're now included in that watch. Congratulations. Okay. Going back over here to this cell, I want to take a little peek in and see if we have anything still happening here. Yeah, we still have a hook there, definitely. Wow. I'm kind of surprised they may have not left that PDS. Wow. Yeah, he's still got a ball there, too. Now let's check and confirm it on the Louisville or the Fort Knox one. You still have the hook there as well. Still have a lot of decent rotation ongoing. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that is still a rockin' tornado warning. And if that continues on, that's northern Breckinridge County in about an hour, I believe, or about 50 minutes. And you got northern or central Meade County there, and probably a little bit over an hour. Those are your two. Those are your two that we're watching very, very, very closely. And of course, you still have this other stuff back here on the western side. Dude, this Fort Branch, Indiana, they've had like 4 tornado warnings tonight. My gosh. I want to take a peek in there. Is Brandon seeing anything? He's on the backside of these storms.
What's going on?
Yeah, we got a break there. Like a major, looks like a nice gust front there. I don't really see a whole lot of rotation happening. Maybe a little spit right there. Okay. So we have a few cells to watch here along this line. We definitely have a few cells to watch. Possibility of a tornado in Louisville. Obviously, it's a little bit higher just because you have this cell here just north of Brandenburg. That's pretty darn close. They did extend that warning back out now. Now very close to Tell City and Hallsville. So you're very, very close there. So they are still continuing these warnings, which is still obviously needed because these storms are still rotating quite heavily because of the amount of very low to the ground wind shear. All right. By the way, if you're wondering what these white watches on the screen are or gray, they're y'all watches that you can get inside of the WeatherWise app. That's Ryan Hall and his team issuing watches and stuff. And they are kind of like me expecting a southern turn on this cell. Remember, I told you about 15 minutes ago, probably a couple times. Watch out for a potential southern turn here. And there's still not a tornado watch out. What are we doing? By the way, WeatherWise's tornado ID is picking up on some rotation here. It's at a 43% confidence. Do I hear tornado sirens? Is anyone else near Fort Knox hearing tornado sirens, or am I just losing my mind? Well, Brandon, we were never really dealing with supercells. We were dealing with an MCV. Why are they going off on Fort Knox for? Why? Okay, anyone that's on Fort Knox, there is not even a threat close to Hardin County yet. Did someone accidentally sit on the button? Kelly, you got any info on that by chance? Or maybe Joey, if you're in here. Why are they going off for? I thought I was losing my mind. Why do we have the sirens off, gentlemen, ladies? What are we doing? We definitely have an uptick in rotation here. And there goes the new warning. It's now taking that southern turn here. And we absolutely have a hook. So again, I want to be very clear. Jefferson County, you have time, Jefferson County. But be on alert. This storm cell has had a several hour history of producing repeated tornadoes. So definitely Jefferson County, especially the western side, go ahead and get things ready. You still have, probably about 40 minutes or so. And I obviously also want to put the very northern tip of Hardin County, talking about maybe Fort Knox, West Point. It should go north of those areas, but in case it takes a southern turn, which is absolutely possible, you need to be kind of watch things as well. And then, of course, next up would be Shepherdsville. Again, guys, I just want to point out for everyone asking about forecast information, I love you all. We've probably already gone through it 4 or 5 times in this broadcast alone. And I did a live broadcast this morning, and I made several forecast posts. Any of the information you should need to know what to expect for tonight, bluntly, is already out there on our pages if you guys want to look at that. When I get time in between these warnings, yes, I will absolutely try to answer as many questions as possible, but I'm just trying to get you guys information as fast as possible. And the fastest way is to simply go back to our page and look at the graphics or the videos that we put out, whichever you prefer, because they're there in multiple ways. So just to get you answers as fast as possible. That's the fastest way. But yes, I will absolutely try and answer as many questions as possible while we're in the middle of kind of nowcasting all these warnings. That's a really defined hook there. Can we maybe? There's no way we can see this from Louisville camera, right? No, not with all that light pollution. Gosh darn it. There's so much lightning around this one portion, too. So you just know this is growing. Definitely need to go up a tilt, though. Probably too far. There we go. Yeah, there's a lot of rotation happening there. Was that a flash flood warning? Yeah. Flash flood warning now for Brandenburg. Definitely have a nice pocket of rotation in there. You do have a slight debris starting to tick up now as well. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely a very valid tornado warning. Look at that hook on that, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that hook. I want to turn this watch back off now. Try to clean up some of the colors here so it's a little bit easier to see. I'm surprised they didn't go a little bit more south with this polygon here. I think the yaw watch is a little bit too far south, but that actual warning probably is a little bit too far north as well. You have some deepening purples here and an extending hook. This is absolutely a rotating storm there. We now have another tornado warning now extending into Lewisport, Hallsville, and Tell City up there in what is that? What is that county? I always forget that one. Northern Hancock County. And that one is still very meanly rotating. An 80% confidence on this warning here. 80% confidence on that tornado ID signature from WeatherWise. And you see on everything I'm clicking here, we're seeing that same spot lighting up. We definitely have an increased confidence that something is definitely spinning here. About to approach the Lewisport, Kentucky area. So again, I want to put a storm track up here for Lewisport. Let's say it takes a little southern wiggle as well. Lewisport, you have 19 minutes. Tell City, 33 minutes. Hallsville, 36 minutes on your tornado warning or tornado cell here until impact time. So you have a little bit of time to get things ready. Of course, if you're moving to a tornado spot within your home, it's always the lowest, most interior portion of your building, whatever that may be. For most of you, it's a basement. If it's not, it's usually a bathroom in the middle of the house. And of course, make sure you have something to cover your heads with as well. That's something a lot of people forget. The cover and head part there. Yeah, it looks like the rotation is mainly on the southern side of this polygon. They're going to have to move that polygon to the south. Yeah, it's down here, ladies and gentlemen. It's down here toward Mockport, just literally miles from Brandenburg. That polygon's got to go south. There could potentially maybe be 2 pockets of rotation. I'm trying to take a little bit of a look in here. Yeah, it's the rotation's down here. Let me look at a different tilt. Yeah, on every tilt I'm doing, it's down here. That polygon's going to have to go to the south. It really should look something like this. That's really what it should look like, in my opinion. Somewhere in the middle of those two polygons. Yeah, even on storm relative is down here. Our normalize is down here a little bit as well. Now, we'll say it does get difficult because this storm is literally going right over. You see the radar beam here? It's literally about to go really close to or right over that radar beam. So when that happens, we start to lose the actual storm on radar. This is why we need more weather cameras throughout Kentucky. So a very, very, very defined hook there. Very defined hook there. Just inside of that warning polygon, probably going to scoot on the southern edge of this polygon. So again, just kind of update you on timings here for those of you that may be impacted by this potential tornado warning. Kind of give you an indication here. We'll go something like that. Probably a little bit more of a southern turn, in my opinion. Probably right in there, if I had to guess. West Point, 31 minutes. Meadow Lawn, 36 minutes. Minor Lane Heights, 58 minutes. Shepherdsville, 58 minutes. Fox Chase in 1 hour. Brownington, about 1.2 hours. Mount Washington, 1.3 hours. And Cox's Creek in 1.5 hours, if that continues on. That is your storm track impact times from otherwise there for that tornado warning. And you can see that very obvious defined hook there. Siren stopped on Fort Knox. Okay, thank you. I'd really be curious as to what happened there. If they were just testing them out, that is a terrible time to test them out. Unless we're fixing something. Sometimes they're fixing something when that type of stuff happens. Right now we are. Let's take a little scan around here. Yeah, I like Western Kentucky again. You know, I'm keeping an eye on these storms out here for you. These storms out here, they're just not really doing anything. They're just not maturing, and they're in a really good environment. It's not like they're in a bad environment. Let me check something. They got increased wind shear. My guess is this is probably not high enough. These low level lapse rates here. 6, that can mid level, not bad. We've gotten storms and worse. Let's a decent cap is built in, but there's a bigger cap over here in central Kentucky, but these storms are still rolling on over here. I don't know, I like to check this just for fun. Okay. I see why the watch was not extended any further south, though. No energy. Very limited. A lot of negative energy here in central Kentucky. But these storms are still rolling on. I don't know when we're going to learn the lesson that as long as we have a lot of wind shear and the storms are already going here in Kentucky, they're going to keep going. Happens every time. Decently broad rotation out here, approaching, again, Lewisport. I think it was about 15 minutes or so. Not as defined as it once looked, which is obviously great news. Still got a little bit of a hook there. And we still have our mischievous cell out here, just north of Brandenburg, still showing some signs of rotating on the southern side of the polygon. Still very hard to see, though, whenever we're talking about a storm system being right over top of the radar, and it's very close to being over top of that radar there. Again, tornado warnings in red, flash flood warnings in green. There are ironically no severe thunderstorm warnings, so it looks like it's either tornado or bust right now. So the sirens are Fort Knox or for what's going on in Brandenburg. Isn't Fort Knox just Hardin County? Or I mean, I could be wrong. I guess, but I mean, it's not even. I don't know. Fort Knox is Hardin County. Does it spill over into B County? And now they have turned it more south. This is a very good warning polygon. This is almost matching what we drew. Okay, now they're going to sound the sirens off, and it's going to be legit. We now have a tornado warning for far northern Hardin County. So 90% of you in Hardin County are about to hear that tornado siren go off within any minute. 90% of you are not going to be applied to this warning. It's just for the northern tip here, West Point, Howard, I guess. I've never heard of that in my life. West Point, Howard, Muldrow. It does not include Fort Knox, just to be clear on that. Brandenburg is included, Mockport, Medellin. Very close to Jefferson County now as well. So now that we have our new polygon here, and in my opinion, the correct one, we now have a. Let's zoom in a little bit more on that, George. Let's give you some direct information here of storm track impact times while I answer a few questions here. We now have our polygon looking a little bit more like that. And on the right side of your screen there are your storm track impact times. I'm on the Meade County side of Knox. That information. Just got the alert for the tornado warning for Knox. It does not include Fort Knox, but it does include the same county. So, yes, it's going to go off for you as well. Ironically, I don't hear sirens yet. It's hard to tell, though, because my AC is absolutely rocking. What's it going to look like for Louisville? Well, this tornado warning is really knocking on the door of far southwest from Louisville. So, talking about Valley Station there toward about West Point is where that best circulation is going to be. As far as the rest of Jefferson County, it looks like it's just a bunch of thunder showers. The locations that probably need to be in their safe spot should be included in that storm track impact zone. Obviously, I don't have every single little small suburb included in that, but you'll know if you're close to West Point. You'll know if you're right on top of Stites or right on top of Gap and Knob. So that's all a lot of people ask is, should we be in our safe spots? You know, if you don't see yourself inside that red polygon or inside of our storm track impact times, you should not be in your safe spot. No, Fort Knox does not need to go there to a safe place right now. We'll let you guys know if that changes. Could this make it to Versailles? This line will make it in toward Versailles way later on. I'm here in Sirens, Town. Yeah, it's for this warning that's up here in far northern county. It does not include Elizabethtown. Yes, these storms probably will die down quite a bit before they get to Harrodsburg. What's for Owensboro? Maybe some thunderstorms later on. I mean, you kind of got lucky and missed this first line here. Damaging winds main threat. When will it be in Ratcliffe? This first tornado warning should miss Ratcliffe, but Ratcliffe's probably more concerned about the back tornado warning. I'll show you that in just a minute. So the polygon is north of Brandenburg. It technically includes Brandenburg, but yes, the best circulation is just literally a baseball throws north of Brandenburg. So yeah, Brandenburg, you should be in a safe spot, just in case it takes a southern wiggle. Okay, now I hear the sirens. No, Ratcliffe does not need to be in a safe place at the moment. Again, I see a lot of people tuning in here now. I'm assuming out of Hardin County for this massive jump that you're hearing the sirens now. For 95% of Hardin County, you do not need to pay attention to this tornado warning at the moment. It is really only West Point and Muldrow, that far northern tip of Hardin County going toward Louisville there or toward Meade County. That's the portion of the area that's included in the polygon. And since that portion of the county is included in the polygon, the entire siren system for the entire county goes off. I don't know how we've gotten to 2026 and that's still the case. But anyway, you get the point. The entire county goes off. But again, 95% of Hardin County, you are good to go. You really don't need to be included in that. So again, you kind of see here the red polygon, it stops at Howard and Muldrow and West Point. It does not include Fort Knox. It does not include Ratcliffe or Vine Grove or Rineyville or Elizabethtown or Hope Valley or Stevensburg or White Mills or Hodgenville or Sonora. It does not include all those portions in Hardin County. What is that for? I just updated that tornado warning back there. That's all that was. Okay. Back over here toward Tell City and Hallsville. We still have that tornado warning back out there for northwestern going into north central Kentucky. Let's take a look and see what we have going on the radar there. Wow, really decent rotation still ongoing out here. Tornado ID does have a 44% chance of something spinning up there. Definitely see some nice broad rotation. Doesn't look as tight as it once did. Unfortunately for this cell that's entering northern Meade County, northern Hardin County, and eventually western Jefferson and western Bullitt County, it is going to go right over top of this radar or very close to it. So we are going to lose the eyeballs on this cell. But you can see a very decent burst of winds on the northern side of this, up to about 50 miles an hour. So I expect you'll probably see a severe warning begin to come out for western Jefferson and western Bullitt at the very least here very soon. Or they could just roll with a really wide tornado warning. Yeah, it's going to be impossible to see this. You do see, however, really hard to see it on that one. You do see, however, a potential debris ball back here from where the storm was, right here. So, very interesting. Very interesting. Still have a decent hook on that cell. Not as defined as it once was, but again, we might be losing some of the definition of the cell since it's so close to the radar. Again, still seeing a lot of the numbers go up. I'm assuming a lot of you are from Hardin County hearing the sirens. Again, want to point out once more, remind you, as you can see, 95% of Hardin County is not included in the tornado warning. It's just the far northern tip, West Point to Muldrow. Everywhere else in Kentucky, Radcliffe, E-Town, Wrightyville, Glendale, Sonora, what else am I forgetting? Cecilia, Eastview, White Mills. Everywhere else in Hardin County, you are not included in that tornado warning, so you can disobey these sirens for now. If this turns any more south, or if this back here comes into Hardin County, that's the ones you got to pay attention to. Right now, it will scoot across the northern tip of Hardin County. All right, my eyeballs are hurting. Thank you all for all the likes and shares on the broadcast. I appreciate you guys helping us spread the information out to the people on your news feed. That's the number one way you can support us is by liking and sharing the broadcast. It's completely free and harmless to you. Thank you guys very much. We appreciate that. Wow, Tornado ID is giving 3 circulation signatures out here. That is insane. Again, right now we do have 2 tornado warnings impacting north central, northwestern Kentucky. So right now, those are the areas that we are focused on. If these do dissipate, we will give you a forecast update. But as for now, we are focused on these 2 areas. If you do need forecasting information or don't know what to expect for tonight, we have already done a live broadcast earlier today. We've already made several posts and graphics updates. Go back to our pages on Facebook and Twitter, and you can find all the forecasting information and learn what to expect for tonight. Still keeping an eye on, obviously, these 2 tornado warnings. Again, a lot of people coming in here out of Hardin County, very confused right now. Again, most of Hardin County is not included in this tornado warning. There have been over 35 tornado reports so far from the system. Definitely qualifies as a regional outbreak. James, thank you for your 100 stars. I appreciate you. Does this Tell City one seem to be staying north of Hardinsburg for now? Yeah, I don't think it will take that drastic of a south turn that fast. I think you should be good in Hardinsburg. Well, Brittany, I don't know where you're from, so I can't really answer that question for you. Yes, guys, once more, I will remind you. I know most of Hardin County is hearing the tornado sirens right now, but if you look at the screen, only the far northern tip toward West Point is included in the actual real tornado warning. And because of that, the entire county's siren system goes off. I don't know how we made it to 2026 and that's still how this works, but nonetheless, that's how it works. So for 95% of you in Hardin County, you are not included in that tornado warning despite you hearing the sirens. It's just for West Point and far northern Hardin County. That is it. Cameron, thank you for your 200 stars. I appreciate you. Do you think the one in Tell City will end up turning south once it reaches the same point as the Brandenburg warning? It's hard to tell when it will turn south, but I think it will turn south like the rest of these warnings. A lot of these warnings, by the way, for those of you who have missed a lot of this tonight, this has been quite an incredible night in all the bad ways up in southern Illinois and southern Indiana. These storms so far, let me draw it out for you here, have come mainly west to east and then gotten about central Indiana and then started to turn south. So if you do kind of the same thing for a lot of these storms, you kind of get the same thing here. So that's what I'm saying. Like E-Town and Radcliffe, this one may miss you, but we got to keep an eye on this one. And you kind of got this one here. So if it's no telling if it'll do the same thing, but all the storms have gotten to that same general area in south central Indiana, north central Kentucky, and then have it turned south. So again, we have to keep an eye on the rest of these cells potentially doing that. So those of you in E-Town or Rineyville or Cecilia or Vine Grove watching right now or anywhere else in Hardin County, you're probably more so watching this Tell City one because this may come more toward the northern portions of Hardin County, like Radcliffe, Vine Grove, Rineyville. And then for E-Town, you're probably more so watching this Boonville one. So again, it's going to be really interesting. Here's that severe warning now. Going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. They're going to lose the tornado warning. That does include Fort Knox, Shepherdsville, Barrelton, West Point, Medellin, and places in north central Kentucky. So this absolutely is taking a southern turn now. Elsewhere in Kentucky, while we have a quick moment real quickly, I just want to show you. Up here in northern Kentucky, just a bunch of rain showers right now. A little bit of thunder showers happening over here toward Owenton. Again, looks like a mainly tamed thunderstorm event there. Over here in western Kentucky, I don't know what's going on with your storm line out there, but it is not wanting to get its act together, which is good news for you, but we'll keep an eye on it and let you know if that changes. But right now, that storm line is obviously having a gap between the two. So you kind of zoom this out here. I'll show you. You have your storm line here, which is obviously moving a little bit. Yeah, maybe I'll make a better arrow than that, which is moving a little bit more like this, right? And then you have a storm line here, which is moving like this. And then you have this beautiful gap here. That's kind of what we're looking like right now. Cameron, thank you for the 200 stars. I appreciate you. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Jessica, thank you for your 20 stars. I appreciate that. Do you think Radcliffe is going to get bad later? In a level 2 out of 5 risk, very close to a current severe warning, maybe up next for that farther back tornado warning. We'll keep an eye on it for you and let you know. Jada, thank you for your 200 stars. What's the outlook for Flemingsburg, Maysville, Kentucky area? Right now, like I mentioned up there, just a bunch of thunder showers at the moment. Makes it hard for me to believe that something severe can happen, but we'll keep an eye on it for you and let you know. Katie, thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate that. I think I already answered. Did I already answer that? I don't know. What about the Tell City warning? Will that head more toward Hardin County? If it takes the same southern turn that every other cell has made, it could be heading more for Hardin County. Yes. Is there a tornado on the ground passing West Point? Again, we have no confirmations, but right now it's just a radar-indicated tornado warning. And since it's so close to the radar, it's really hard to tell exactly what's happening. You see what happens when you get close to the radar, guys? The radar works like this. So you have this. Let me show you, because not a lot of people know how radars work. Don't freak out. It's just an update of that one morning. Not a lot of people know how radars work. So you have your radar here, right? It's a tower, and it goes off in beams. It shoots up. So it obviously leaves a gap right there where the radar tower is and very close to it. And that's exactly what's happening here. So I'm going to be 100% honest with you when I tell you I don't know if there is a tornado on the ground or not, because we don't know, because the cell is so close to this radar tower, we are losing information on it. And this is why I've been pushing so hard for weather cameras, because weather cameras can see what radars sometimes can't see. Going back over here and checking on this one in Tell City toward Lewisport. Don't think I forgot about you guys. We do still have some rotation more on the southern side of this cell. It looks a lot more broad at this point, which is good news, but it's just east of Lewisport, heading more toward Finhaven, Tell City, just to the north of Hawesville there. It's kind of where some of that rotation is happening. Does look quite broad at this point, so I think it's probably more so damaging winds, but we'll keep an eye on it for you and let you know. As far as the rest of Kentucky, nothing else is really happening. Up here in northern Kentucky, you do have some thunderstorms and thunder showers happening, but none of this has been severe for a couple of hours now, and with there being so much rainfall around, I have a really hard time believing that your environment's going to support severe weather. but I will let you know if that changes. So that's why if you hear us talking about this main area right here over and over again, because it's the only thing that's having anything happening right now. Why don't they install more radar towers even if they do want the cameras? But that's a question for the president, not me. He's the one that cut all the funding. Safe to sleep in Hodgenville? Again, got to kind of watch this line here. I'm not giving anyone an all clear yet. Is the rain that's about to hit Brandenburg going to help or hurt the next system? We're talking about the cell that's behind it. Probably won't. It'll make it briefly more stable. But I think that this cell that's behind it probably goes just southwest of where that cell's at. That makes sense. What is happening in Ratcliffe? A severe thunderstorm warning just to the north of Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe is more so going to watch that Tell City tornado warned area. That is a cell that could track toward Ratcliffe. Any concern for farther East Kentucky tonight? I have no concern for far East Kentucky tonight. Tomorrow afternoon, there could be some severe weather, but I'll let you guys know about that in the morning. George, what news for Owensboro, Kentucky? Well, Owensboro got pretty lucky tonight. You had several tornadoes occur just within 50 miles north of you, but you're missing out on most of them, which is good. And then behind it, there's really not a whole lot for you to be super concerned about. I'll let you know if that changes. Again, guys, we're dealing with a storm system tonight that can pulse up and pulse down at any time. So even though I'm telling you right now, everything's okay in your areas, keep a loose eye out. Keep your alerts on. Keep your phone active. You like that one, Labs? There is not a tornado watch in Owensboro if whoever said that, by the way. See, no yellow. Ironically, I told you guys Hardin County should have been included in it. And look, now there's a warning. It's almost like it's not rocket science sometimes. Sorry, when I'm not feeling good, when I'm not feeling good, I get cranky. Don't take nothing personal if you're watching this. Angie, there's no watch in Owensboro. Naomi, thank you for your 100 stars. I appreciate that. Jessica, thank you for your 200 stars. I appreciate you as well. Teresa, thank you for your 20 stars. Did I miss anybody else's? Cameron, thank you for your 50 stars. I appreciate that. The river does not have an effect on storms that people think it has. Can Valley Station or PRP go to bed? I wouldn't say so yet, just because you still have this warning back up here to recorded Indiana that will probably track more toward western Jefferson County. So just keep an eye on that one. Again, if you are looking for forecast information on what to expect for tonight, we already have all that posted in either video form or quick post form, whichever you prefer. I ask that you go to our Twitter or Facebook page for that forecasting information so that way we can focus on the tornado warned areas. I will try to answer questions periodically, but I will oftentimes miss them because we do have about 4,000 of you watching. Yo, Diener, thank you for your 99 stars, dude. Hope you're doing well, man. By the way, Diener, if you still do that painting stuff, hit me up. Okay. Okay, again, I don't know what's happening because this storm is right over the radar, but there is something happening because you see this big, bright spike out here. This big, bright spike. There's definitely, at the very least, a very decent wind gust event happening with this line of storms. And again, that's heading towards Shepherdsville, Barrelton, West Point. Does not include Ratcliffe, but very close Ratcliffe. Fort Knox, so on and so forth. Probably go just north of Fort Knox. I'm not giving anyone an all clear yet, by the way, for those of you asking about go to bed. You guys can go to bed, but just make sure you have alerts and stuff set up to where you can be woken up. But we don't know how this storm line is going to act as it turns more east. I will tell you that as it turns more south, okay, let me just draw it for you here. No, don't navigate me. Let me just draw it for you here. Let's use blue so you can see it pretty easily. As it turns more south, right in here, there is a very decent pocket of negative energy, which helps to stop the storms or helps to keep them more tamed. So, I'm curious to watch this storm that's coming into northern Hardin County, western Bullitt County, and southwestern Jefferson, and so on and so forth, because it's going into a more stable pocket of environment. The caveat to that is this same area has the most amount of wind shear. So we're going to find out very quickly if these storms are going to either survive and thrive or if they're going to die down when they get to this blue area. Okay? And the reason this blue area is important is because it's on the storm fuel side, the most balanced. On the wind shear side, which is a different triangle that you have to have for severe weather, it is the most volatile. So it's going to be really interesting to see what wins out here, because that could tell us a little bit more about what may happen in other parts of Kentucky later on tonight into the overnight hours. So right now we are at a very critical point. We are going to watch the radar, and we're going to see how these cells act as they go through central Kentucky. Boy, southwestern Indiana is just getting hit over and over and over and over and over again. Over and over and over again. Newburgh, heads up. You got another one. I may be trying to spin up on the southern side there. That's insane. I got to get a water bottle real quickly. Y'all be good. And there it is. I just pointed that out as well. Remember, I just told you those winds were rocking. This warning for West Point, Shepherdsville, Fort Knox, Barrelton, Cosmosdale, this warning here has been upgraded. Let me wait till that gets out of the way. To a 70-mile-per-hour considerable severe thunderstorm threat. So reading the bulletin here, it reads like this. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 11:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for southeastern Harrison, east central Meade, southwestern Jefferson, western Bullitt, and north central Hardin County. At 11:25, a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles south of Valley Station, moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. The hazard is 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and pity-sized hail. Expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Shepherdsville, Valley Station, Hillview, Muldraw, West Point, Fox Chase, Laconia, Cupio, Rosewood, and Evans Landing. So again, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued for north central Kentucky. I'm still looking over, and by the way, and I'm seeing a lot of people say they're scared they have nowhere to go. Guys, we do have a storm shelter partner. You do see that, right? In the bottom left there where our sponsor section is, you'll see their logo pop up. Save their number. Give them a call. They're doing financing plans and stuff. Get you guys a storm shelter, man. If you mention Weather Now Kentucky, they might give you a little bit of savings on it as well. It's not really a promo section because you guys know we don't run we don't do our ads anyway on alert broadcast. But I just see a lot of people saying they have nowhere to go. Guys, we have a partner there. At least go check them out and see what they have to say. See if it's something that could fit with you. I know we're going to be having it installed at our new home. Boy, this storm must be really slowing down because, I mean, it is just kind of a set over that same spot. And again, here's our radar tower, and you see we're missing a lot of the data right now, so we really can't see exactly what's happening there. Now we do have this northern kind of tip out, so let's go ahead and turn it up a tilt here, and we can see a little bit about what's happening. Yep, there we go. 59, 60. Did I go up one too many? I think I didn't go up enough. It's just right over top of that radar tower right now, so it's really hard to tell exactly what's happening there. But again, if you're just now hopping in here with us, we do have a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust threat on this severe thunderstorm warning. It does have a damage threat of considerable here, so it's kind of an upgrade over your standard severe warning. And that does include Barrelton, West Point, Fort Knox, Muldraw, Pitts Point, Gap, and Knob. Stites, and Cosmosdale. Thankfully, just missed out on the southwestern Jefferson County area for the most part. Maybe just barely clipping a little bit into Oral or very close to Valley Station there. Very, very close. Back over here for our Tell City friends. This is going to go back into Indiana and then cross back over just north of Irvington, taking a direct path at Brandenburg, Kentucky, until maybe it turns a little bit more south. But you can kind of see the arrow here is indicating a little bit more of a southern turn here. Take a look here and see. We do still have some rotation ongoing. It's very broad at this point. It's been getting increasingly broad. So I would assume this is probably going to go to a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, probably somewhere near the Tobinsport area, Mystic, Irvington, and then maybe down toward Ekron, Flaherty, and then eventually toward Ratcliffe and Vine Grove. If I had to guess that future kind of cell path there. Checking back in on our cell back out here, just north of northwestern Kentucky. Does have a decent hook to it. Does have some rotation starting to curl up now. Kind of surprised this is not is that tornado warned? No, it's not tornado warned. It's outside of the warning area. Very interesting there because you definitely have some rotation occurring. And maybe a little debris ball there. Maybe a little bit of one. Just heading more toward Boonville. And there is a tornado warning while I'm talking about it. It's very hard to look any better than we just did right there. There is that tornado warning now just north of Newburgh. Going New Hope, Ball City, Boonville, and Tennyson up there in southwestern Indiana. You guys know we don't cover Indiana a whole lot, but we actually do have quite a lot of fans right in here. So sometimes I'll take a quick look in right there. Yeah, I wish we could see this. I wish we could see this warning box here. Let's check on MRMS here, composite radar. Do we have any rotation still ongoing with this? Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. What about up into the atmosphere a little bit? Definitely has taken over. So this is, again, probably looking more like damaging winds is the primary threat here. But we are starting to see some updraft potential with this. So we need to keep an eye on it as soon as it gets through that radar tower. That's kind of our primary focus right now. You could tell how long, how slow these are going, by the way, guys. Because, I mean, this morning out here in Tell City has just taken forever to move. Storms are going about as fast as you would in your local neighborhood. Did E-Town go to the basement, or no? There's nothing near E-Town right now, unless you just want to go hang out in your basement. What about Irvington? Keep an eye on that Tell City cell there. Looks like it's staying north of Owensboro. Is it safe to go to bed? Yeah, it looks like most of it's staying north of Owensboro. Go to bed. Just have a way to receive alerts in case that secondary line pops off. Right now, I don't think it will. But just in case it does, have a way to receive alerts, notifications. Sean, if you can't, just message me on my Facebook. Just message the WNK page on Facebook or email us, george@WNKWX.com, and I'll get you the information. Do I think there will be a tornado in Louisville? At this point, no. Can Lexington go to bed? Well, you need to wait until the line gets to you if you're already up at this point. If you must go to bed, of course, just have a way to receive alerts and notifications to be woken up by. Maybe because they are concerned. Kinsey, what do you mean? Is this first wave of storms staying north of E-Town going to be incredibly close? I think E-Town probably needs to keep a closer eye on this Boonville area that you see on your screen there. Is Louisville safe to go to bed? I do believe so. I do believe so. It's here in West Point. The rain is at least. Thank you for letting me know that. Yeah, starting to pass through that radar tower now, so we're able to get a little bit of a better look there. I'm on the Louisville tower. You're talking about the regional tower there? Close we can. We're going to run into a very similar issue. We can kind of see it a little bit, but it's still kind of running into a similar issue there. Okay, I got you, Kinsey. What time will the second line hit? Well, we're kind of keeping an eye on it. I don't think there will really necessarily be a second line, especially because this line is doing a lot of good work to our environment to calm it down. The line that I was talking about as our potential secondary line is out here in Southern Illinois, which you can see has completely, for the most part, except for this little booger here, has pretty much gone away. And so if you're in Western Kentucky, like Morganfield out toward Bowling Green, Franklin, Lafayette, so on and so forth, you're more so watching up here to see if anything pops off. Right now, nothing's there. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning now. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Is that the one that I said was going to turn south? Let's take a look here. It is the one that we said was going to turn south here. It is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. A tornado possible tag is on it. It is going to be for Cloverport, just north of Hardinsburg, in my opinion. Mystic, Addison, Lar. I hope I'm saying that correctly. I have no idea. Does still have some broad rotation to it. It's not incredible. Does still have some low-end rotation to it. A little bit more organized than it once was. So got a little bit of the hook there. It's not bad. It's not great. Then now remember, this was the warning that produced the PDS tornado warning back out here toward Newburgh. So this is why we're keeping a close eye on this one. All these cells that are coming into Kentucky do have a history of producing something either severe or tornadic. So that's why we're keeping a really close eye on these. Push the radar up here. Yeah, there's still some broad rotation there. It's nothing. It's not the scariest thing in the world. Zoom out a little bit so you Lexington folks can see as well. All right. Yeah, I think Louisville's good to go. You can clearly see that the storm line is starting to turn south now, so that means Louisville should be good. Once this first line goes to Fort Knox, can we go to sleep? I do believe so, because nothing behind it seems to be remotely organized. Spring, thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate you. Thank you to all. I mean, we still have over about, what is that? I don't know how to do math. Almost 4,000 of you guys watching here on either Facebook or YouTube. We're live on both Facebook and YouTube. Thank you for all the likes and shares, by the way. Again, that's a very much free way to support us, and it's the number one way you can support us. Just like and share the video. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Is Shelbyville good? Yeah, I think so. I mean, you do have a rowdy thunderstorm there, but it's not really close to severe levels. What about E-Town? E-Town needs to keep an eye on this cell back out here toward Tell City, the one that's in orange and red out here. Keep an eye on that one for probably be in your area in probably about an hour, a little bit over an hour. Lodgeville also needs to keep an eye on this cell, probably be in your area in about 2 hours. What about Frankfort? Still just thunderstorms? Yeah, I mean that portion of northern Kentucky there, that portion of the line, I'll be honest with you guys, just looks quite dead at this point. Did they extend that warning out? What is that blinking down there? Oh, they're pretty much canceling it. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, this northern Kentucky stuff that you guys are seeing, it's nothing. I gotta fix that, by the way. That's just for the warning being canceled. That tornado warning that you see out there toward Tell City is going to be canceled. But again, this northern Kentucky stuff you see here, that's just mainly thunder showers. There is a little bit of increased maybe wind chance right here just south of Shelbyville, but again, probably closer to, I don't know, 40, 45 miles an hour. Let's take a check in. Yeah, it's probably not even that, really. So again, yeah, most of the stuff, Georgetown, Frankfort, maybe even Lexington, Paris, Carlisle, Flemingsburg, Maysville, where the original tornado watch was, it's not there. It never was going to be there. I got to turn these y'all watches off. I forgot I had them on to do something earlier for weather-wise. Will they confuse you all? Decent rotation. Just to the north of Newburgh, just to the west of Boonville up there in southwestern Indiana. That storm, by the way, is now making its way through the radar tower ever so incredibly slowly. Once again, want to point out for you folks up here toward Meadow Lawn, Barrelton, Shepherdsville, Beech Grove, just to the east of Radcliffe, not including Radcliffe, West Point, Fort Knox, so on and so forth. This general area here, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. That's the threat on this severe thunderstorm warning in this polygon in orange here, or brown, whatever you want to call that. These, by the way, these two areas still just remain as the only areas that have any real severe shot. Yeah, Shively and Louisville can go to bed. Tell City should be mostly, you should be mostly clear, but just keep an eye on that Boonville cell. Because even though your environment should be more tamed, keep an eye on this cell because it's now an observed tornado out here toward Boonville. So we now have another observed tornado up here. So, yeah, just keep a loose eye on that one. How long until Fort Knox is clear? Well, again, you've got these two cells back here behind Fort Knox. So it's going to be quite a while for you folks in Hardin County. Kids, you have a good one, my friend? We might be cooked. Someone said on YouTube. No, Meade County needs to keep an eye on this cell back out there toward Tell City, just east of Tell City. No, Radcliffe could not go to sleep. You still have two cells that are very clearly taking aim at you in the next couple of hours. Oh, but you can go to sleep, guys. Just make sure you have a way to wake up. If you know you're a heavy sleeper and you can't wake up to alerts on your phone, obviously probably stay awake. But if you're not a heavy sleeper and you can wake up to alerts on your phone from the emergency alert broadcast system, then go to sleep. I have zero concern for Monticello or the eastern Kentucky area. E-Town needs to keep an eye on this cell over here toward Cloverport. What's it looking like? Wondering. I still haven't. By the way, Hope, thank you for your 99 stars. I still don't see. They're still very much struggling. How much rain for E-Town tonight, if any? Oh God, I don't know. Throw a needle in a haystack. If I knew that off the top of my head, I'd give you a lottery ticket. Probably like a half inch or so. How's Hodgenville, Kentucky? You need to keep an eye on these two cells back up here in northwestern Kentucky. This is going to eventually take an aim at you probably in a couple of hours. Should Barstown be worried about a tornado? You need to keep an eye on this cell just to the northwest of you towards Shepherdsville. It does have a tornado possible tag on it, although it should weaken soon. Nicole, thank you for your 100 stars. I appreciate you. Paducah and Graves County, you want to know about the chances out there in western Kentucky? Well, you do have one of the best environments to support severe weather, but the storms have just struggled out there. As you see, there are no real storms. This stuff's going to miss you. This stuff's going to miss you. So right now, all the storms that you see here, which is only 1, 2, they've really struggled. So, overall storm threat's quite low, but if something does pop, it could produce strong to severe weather. I'm not sure what Wickliffe, Kentucky is. Dude, I'm tired. Y'all tired yet? We just crossed the 2-hour mark here on Facebook and YouTube. If you're just not tuning in, I'm George Harbeck, Chief Forecaster here with Weather Now Kentucky. If you've been living under a rock tonight and didn't know, we do have a strong to severe storm threat. Right now, that storm threat is focused on north central Kentucky. With the lack of storms out western Kentucky, I question whether western Kentucky will even see any storms tonight. So we'll keep an eye on that area, but right now it's a big question mark out in western Kentucky. Hardin County, Nelson County, Bullock County, Breckenridge, Meade County. Those are the kind of areas right now where we're really focused on. The storms up here in northern Kentucky, they have really fizzled out as well because there's a nice big, what we call capping inversion that's happening up here, which is helping to limit the storms. And these storms are what we call also cold pooling, which is just turning into a bunch of rainfall. So up here in northern Kentucky, really don't have much of a concern for you as well. We do have a new warning now for Shepherdsville and Lebanon Junction. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's pretty much it out there in Shepherdsville and Lebanon Junction. you have questions on what to expect for tonight or timelines or anything like that, of course, we already have forecast information posted onto our Twitter and Facebook pages, as well as a broadcast that we did earlier on YouTube and Facebook. If you really don't know what to expect for tonight, I ask that you go watch those. It helps to answer your questions a lot faster and helps keep us focused on the areas that are under immediate impact right now. Gail, thank you for your 20 stars. I appreciate that. Jada, thank you for the 180 stars. I have no real concern for Maysville, Kentucky as of now. Thank you very much. Hope, thank you for the 100 stars. Most likely. Hope. Most likely. I think I'm caught up now. Thank you, Sheree. Just looking. Right now, there are no talks from the National Weather Service of maybe issuing any further watches. Right now, I don't see any talks of that. Yes, Louisville can go to bed. We now have a particularly dangerous situation tornado again in southwestern Indiana. My goodness, almost the same area. Almost the same area. We now have a PDS warning, which means a particularly dangerous situation, and it's a large tornado that has been observed. Ooh, yep, that's a big one. Wow. And you have a debris ball there too. My word. Yeah, it's probably a large tornado. Again, we don't know what this is going to take, the exact track this is going to take. It is kind of following behind this one here. But if it does continue on, obviously a lot of you can use your imagination and figure out that it's kind of going more toward the Rhineyville, Cecilia, Elizabethtown areas. So just keep an eye out. Switching back out to the Louisville radar here. I do want to take a look in here. We're still seeing a little bit of a hook back over here now. Yeah, a little bit on the normalized rotation there. This is probably close to a tornado warning, but they do have a tornado possible tag already on it, which probably suffices for now. Devin, what are you crying about in the chat, dude? Grow up. John, thank you for the 200 stars. I appreciate you. I think a lot of people have this misconception that I'm just going to take everyone's stupid words. But hey, I pay myself, get my own money and everything like that. I can talk however I want. Timothy, thank you for the 99 stars. I appreciate you. Oh, thank you for the 45 stars. I appreciate that. Looking in Vine Grove, should I be worried? Yeah, I mean, keep an eye on the Cloverport cell, and we also need to keep an eye on the PDS warning out there towards southwestern Indiana. Yes, Bowling Green's fine. You have, even if you do see a storm, you have several hours. Yeah, Illinois and Indiana has been hit hard since March. It is incredible the year that Illinois has had. How's Mount Washington looking? I think you're included in the severe warning box here. Am I wrong? Isn't Mount Washington right here? Oh, you're right there. I was about to say. Well, you should be good to go then, because you're already behind the main line, ironically enough. You kind of got gapped there a little bit in Mount Washington. Yeah, Desiree, it'll be early tomorrow morning before storms ever make it out there to southeastern Kentucky. By that time, they should be much weaker, so y'all should be good to go. Devin says that they're wasting their time, wasting everybody's time to get everybody scared for no reason. Does Devin know there's already been 40 tornadoes tonight? This is a great reminder to you folks. Just because something doesn't happen in your backyard doesn't mean it didn't happen at all. Go ahead and just ban that. I wanted to point that out there. Like there are 120 counties across Kentucky, and there are even more across the world. Because you don't see it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Wow, no answer. Kevin, I've got 4,000 viewers in here, my friend. I'm not going to be able to see every comment. What are you guys on tonight? What are we doing tonight, guys? How do I check live weather cams? In the Weatherwise app, you can turn on the has cams option. I don't know, but it's raining hard right now. Thank you very much for the update there. Yeah, E-Town is going to go for now. Nothing under immediate impact. Keep an eye on those western cells, though. Anybody know how to set up alerts? You're talking about for the Weatherwise app? You go into the home tab on Weatherwise, and you can set up free NWS alerts there. Pretty fast stuff, too. Radcliffe, keep an eye on those on that cell back out there toward Cloverport. That would be the one to impact you if you're going to have an impact tonight. So keep an eye on the Cloverport cell. PayPal you a fish sandwich. The chats are hostile everywhere tonight. I don't know, is it a full moon or something? I don't know what's going on tonight. Usually, it's not that bad. But like tonight, I don't know what the heck's going on with some of these people. I mean, we had it up earlier. I don't know if I still have it up somewhere. Where? I don't have it up. Hold up real quick. These are the storm reports so far. I know it's incredibly hard to see. Let me see if I can just save this. And I know some people do question if something actually has happened, and some people may have missed it, and that's fair. But using those kind of words and that kind of wording is just getting me. So it's kind of hard to see, but here are the storms that have already produced official reports, which means something happened. Okay. You see all the red right there? Those are all tornado warnings. All the blue, those are all high wind warnings. Not high wind, but severe wind warnings. Okay. Yeah, how close that is, Kentucky. I mean, you're talking about spitting on the other side of the border, and it's right there. Okay, these storms are working their way into Kentucky. So again, you've already had 37 reports of tornadoes, all individual, by the way, not the same ones. So you take that -3 out there, 34. That was a little bit off. I guess I made it 40. We're at 34. And with the 5 or 6 we've had, we're probably close to 40 now. Again, that's just a really good point that, just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it's not happening. It's crazy to me. Crazy to me. Someone says something about my radar. I don't look at my radar. I think it's one of the worst radar apps. Again, we still have this PDS warning out here. It does look like it's not as incredibly bad now. What in the world was that? Oh, Teresa, thank you for becoming a subscriber on Facebook. That extra level of support. Thank you very much. I need to do something special for subscribers, don't I? Still have a decent amount of rotation up here. Also, yeah, there's a little bit off there. Wow, insane hook down here. Just almost completely separated from the cell itself. Just almost completely separated there. So again, if you're just now hopping in here with us, we're really just only, kind of monitoring, these areas here. But it's probably way too wide. Let's do this. Well, like that right there. That's pretty much it for now. Of course, I'll let you know if it changes, or you'll hear something on your phone that changes. But right now, this is the areas to watch. So for 85% of Kentucky, you're good to go. For now, we'll let you know if it changes. You can check back in an hour or two. I can lie to you and keep you in here and keep my viewership up, but that's not what I'm about. You guys know that. But yeah, we're kind of just watching these areas right now, and keep an eye on them for these 3 particular cells here. Yes, Emma, that's correct. Greene County's good. Georgetown's good to go too. Again, we're kind of just watching these areas here. So if you're not including this blue circle, you're pretty much good to go, at least for now. Go hang out, watch some TV, whatever. Unless you want to watch me and my pretty face. Um, but yeah, right now, I mean, it's just the areas in blue that to me have any concern now or over the next few hours. Because again, I want to remind you, the radar looks scary, but these storms are moving at like 20 to 25 miles an hour, incredibly slow. It's going to take them quite a while to get well into Kentucky. So if you're in somewhere like Bowling Green, you probably won't even see a storm for several hours. If you're somewhere like Danville, it may even take you 2 or 3 hours to even see a storm, even though you're technically pretty close to that storm up there in Shepherdsville. It's going to take you a while because they're moving 25, about as fast as you would move in your neighborhood road. That's how fast these are moving. Pretty darn slow for storm standards. No, these storms, someone said, can that storm start turning more northeast? No, no. These storms are heading east, southeast. You won't ever see a storm just randomly turn to the north like that. Carla, thank you for becoming a supporter on YouTube. I appreciate that extra level of support. Enjoy the no ads. Thank you very much. What's the timeline for Cynthiana? Oh, you'll just be seeing thunder showers here soon and throughout the night. No real severe threat, in my opinion, up there. I don't even know why they have the watches still up there. Yeah, once again, just to point out, we're really only focused on the areas of blue right now. That's the only areas that have any sort of remote, immediate or very near future severe threat. Outside of that, go chill out, go hang out, unless you just want to hang out here and watch us. Nicole, thank you for your 200 stars. I appreciate that. I'm going to go to the potty real quick. Yes, I'm a dad, so I say potty now. Someone time me. I'm going to try to do it under a minute and a half. Oh, we have some PayPal donations while I was gone here. Jennifer, thank you for the $25 donation. And a different Jennifer, thank you for your $10 donation. I appreciate you guys. You guys don't have to do that at all. Thank you very much. Lexington, Kentucky. As of this time, I know you're in that watch. I just don't see much of a threat for you. No shoddy washes hands. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's why God made hand sanitizer. 50.86 seconds. Thank you very much. Didn't wash your hands, guys. I just went number one. Like y'all know how that works with a guy. I'm not gonna go TMI, but like hand sanitizer is plenty sufficient. Best weather app for phone, George, in your opinion, weather-wise, which is what we're using right now. Let's be real here. We're all grown. Y'all know how that works for a guy. Like, you don't need to like hand sanitizer, dude. Unless you just don't know how to aim, I suppose. What are y'all doing tonight? Cody, thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate you, my friend. Nicole, I don't know if I thanked you yet, but thank you for your 200 stars. What do you think about AccuWeather? I can't stand AccuWeather. Okay, I already did that. Yeah, Shelbyville's good to go. Someone said I can't watch you because you didn't wash your hands. Okay, I don't care. What weather app is best? Weatherwise. It's what we're using. You see the name of it, the top left right there. Or you can use WNKWX.com, our website. I always forget we have a website now because I'm just not used to it. WNKWX.com. Still working on it. Still working on the website. James, no kidding. Thank you for the 100 stars. I appreciate that. Rebecca, thank you for your 99 stars. Okay, let's go back through the radar here real quickly. I know I'm not going through it as much as I usually do, but that's because, again, these storms are moving incredibly slow. So it's not like we need to be harping on it every 5 seconds here. Shepherdsville, you have a severe storm over your area right now. Let's take a measurement here, see what we got going on. We got more of your casual kind of severe thunderstorm there, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So some good lightning there. Lightning is starting to slow down on the southern side, though. Kristen, thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate you, my friend. I don't know how to answer that because I don't know where you live. Lebanon Junction, Brownington, Beech Grove, Belmont, also included in that warning there. We do have a new warning now, as you see coming across your screen there, for Irvington, Mystic, Union Star, Addison. But we're still seeing a decent hook on the cell here. I mean, it's just not letting go of that hook, but it doesn't really look like it's rotating all that much. Maybe a little bit of rotation there. Maybe a little bit. And we're still keeping an eye on this Boonville, Indiana cell, because this will eventually, of course, cross into Kentucky as well. And you can see now why I told you guys in Radcliffe and Rhineyville and E-Town to keep an eye on things, because you kind of look here, it may come through. No, I have no real concern for Bowling Green. Lydia, thank you for the 99 stars. I appreciate that. I think Green County's okay. I know that watch is still up there. I have no idea why that watch is still up there. Looks like it's canceled now, actually. That's really good out of them. I was wondering because it was still up there for a minute. So I'll take my word. I'll take my backstab back there. That's good. It's canceled. A lot of flash flooding there in southern Indiana. I'm gonna take a look into. Wow, still just no storms. Look at this gap. Sometimes, hey, sometimes you guys just harp on weather people, and sometimes it's validated. Okay, but look at this. Get your storm line there. Get your storm line here. And you just got this nice big old gap. Just this nice big old gap right there. Nothing happening. Nothing happening. It's not to say that it still can't form anything, but just nothing happening there. What can you do? Take a look at the Louisville camera there. See all that lightning that's happening down in the southern portion of Jefferson County. Beautiful view. Shout out to Louisville EMS for investing in their county there. And getting this camera up and going. Again, that's that HAZ camera you see right there on your screen. Looking south into these storms. I think if I'm seeing the arrow correctly, Kelly can correct me or not. Oh, Bo says something. Hang on. Did I miss Bo's message? Oh, yeah. I don't know if you're still in here, Bo, but yeah. So dumb. Bo's one of our team members. Whoa! Oh, someone's got to clip that. That was a cool lightning strike. Did y'all see that? Whoa! Yo! Oh my goodness! Oh, what's that? Tokyo, thank you for the $20 super chat on YouTube. Says love from Williamstown. We got hit Thursday and had one heck of a wake up alarm. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much for that kindness. Did you all see that lightning bolt? Son, I'll try my best, my friend. U-Town, it says that tornado watch was canceled. Right now, they're currently, I think, nope. Sorry. My hiccups. I get hiccups like crazy. 1 second. Sorry, Sarah. Thank you, Hard and Local, for sharing the broadcast. Y'all go check out Hard and Local if you're in Hardin County. My gosh. Whew. Sometimes I get these, they're called esophageal spasms. Right now I'm getting one. Okay. Wow, I can't believe that. That lightning was crazy. By the way, let me check this again just to make sure. But I'm pretty sure all the Kentucky watches got canceled while there's still warnings in Kentucky. Let me see. Okay, no, there it is. I was about to say. They still haven't included Hardin County in here. That is amazing to me. No, I see the watch now, guys. The app was just bugging out. You got to have fun when you have these long broadcasts like this and some of these long stretches. You know, in June, I'm used to being off, pretty much off. And it's just been like the craziest June of all time in my personal life and in weather life. Is the severe thunderstorm warning for E Town for West Point? I'm confused. No, there's no severe thunderstorm warning in E Town right now or Hardin County at all. Turn this watches back off real quickly. Again, just point out to you folks, we're really just looking at these areas. So I'll just kind of draw that circle again for you. You line this up a little bit. There we go. I think I'm gonna have to get me a third monitor. I never wanted to be that guy that had an insane amount of monitors, but I'm getting to the point now where I'm running this whole production site and everything where I need more monitors. We're kind of watching these areas. If you see me circling, that's pretty much it right now. Oh, that looks weird. Hang on. Maybe make that look a little bit different. Well, you know what? It is what it is. Anyway, these are the areas that we're watching right now for these particular cells here. That's pretty much it at the moment. Springfield just outside of that. We'll let you know if that changes. You're so close. Obviously, you need to pay attention. But yeah, this is kind of the areas that we're watching because these are the kind of how the cells are moving right now. Again, up here in northern Kentucky, these cells are pretty. I mean, this portion is pretty much dead. Um, there's just not a whole lot happening up here. Just a bunch of rain showers, some thunder, some lightning. As far as Western Kentucky, you can see nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing even behind it. By the way, this stuff over here is going to miss it as well. It's going to dive that way. So yeah, it's pretty much just this very conveniently drawn circle on your map here that we're kind of watching right now. Big red storm coming into Meade County. Yeah, it's a severe thunderstorm for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-sized hail. It does have a tornado possible tag on it as well. Still has that little hook that we've been talking about, kind of watching. Not seeing as much organized rotation with it now, which is good news, which indicates this is probably more of a hail threat at this point. And you do see on this vertical integrated liquid map here that hail core is kind of showing up. So the good news is there is some rotation here, but it does seem to be elevated, which means more damaging winds and hail, less tornado chances. Yes, Louisville's good to go. Thank you again to everyone that's liked and shared the broadcast. Oh, we had a new member as well. Hannah, thank you for becoming a supporter on YouTube. I appreciate that. Enjoy the no ads experience. Messenger. I don't see anything, Mike. Did I miss something? Oh, sideways. Oh, did you catch a clip of it? Oh, that's a beautiful clip. I'll have to see if I can save that a different way. Maybe it's on my phone the correct way. Yes, Brooks, Kentucky's pretty close to being good. I will let you know in just a second. I'm just checking this clip out from Mike real quick of that lightning bolt. Yeah, it's sideways on here too. Shoot. What's the ETA for the worst to get to E-Town? If this first cell clips you, it'd probably be about an hour and a half or so. If it's the second cell that gets you, probably would be about 3 hours. Yes, Muhlenberg's good. Again, I don't really see anything happening out in Western Kentucky right now. Mount Washington, the worst of it's already past you. I have no idea where Stephensport is. Again, guys, give me a bigger city near you guys. I can help you out. Madisonville, yeah, again, guys, Western Kentucky, I just don't see anything happening out there right now. No storms or really anything happening out there right now. Please do not spam. I will answer your comment when I get to it. All right, we are going to hide that. We don't do spam, guys. That person sent 8 comments within 10 seconds. That's insane. Remove the delay. I have no delay. How's Brandenburg's tornado threat? I would say incredibly low. Incredibly low. The worst of it should be past you in Brandenburg, although you got a rough thunderstorm about to enter through there. This still has that nice hook on it. Is it doing anything yet? Very, very messy. Radar's trying to show a 102 mile per hour wind gust there. Don't really think that's happening. Got some broad rotation still kind of scattered about there. Nothing very organized right now, but it still, as you can see, it still has a very nice hook there. So we're still going to keep a really close eye on that bad boy. Yeah, Lexington, Kentucky, you're still under that watch, I believe. But again, that portion of the line is just not really doing a whole lot right now. Just hasn't really done a whole lot in a while either. Really kind of watching this blue circle area. So if you're not inside of the blue circle, you know you're in a way better position. I'm gonna just check the National Weather Service real quickly, make sure. Yeah, I still see no discussions about adding any more watches right now. Oh, here comes the allergies. Every time. Every time. Yeah, Boonville 1 does seem to be weakening. Obviously, he's come down from that PDS warning, but it is still tornado warned, so we need to keep an eye on it. Louisville, the worst of it's already past you. You kind of got split in between those two worst cells. You kind of got pretty lucky there. Yeah, name LOL43. You are in a 2 to 4% tornado risk in Elizabethtown. So again, just keep an eye. No concern for Litchfield? Not at the moment, because again, just no storm cells kind of targeting that area. Justin, thank you for the 20 stars. I appreciate you. No, E-Town's inside of my blue circle, so no, I'm not giving you an all clear. Bloomfield, keep an eye on this severe warning to your northwest. I think it should go mainly south of you. Just keep an eye on it. Burlington, Kentucky, I'm not really sure where that one's at. Give me a bigger city near you, please, if you don't mind. Waiting for Arnica to be included in this, like watching paint to dry. Yeah, these, I'm telling you guys, these are moving incredibly slow. Incredibly slow. Check this one. Yeah, moving at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. Just incredibly slow. Check back in on the velocity there. Got some really scattered rotation happening down here. So again, probably more, but it's a pretty tall storm. It is a pretty tall storm. About 45,000 feet tall. Again, you're probably talking about more of a hell threat. Although the hell core is starting to go down now, which gives me a little pause for concern. That's maybe trying to go back to being a surface-based cell. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a tornado warning come out for this. This does already have a tornado possible tag on it, so technically they're covered. But it does look like it's trying to start going a little bit more back toward that surface-based rotation. Let's take a look here. Yeah, we do see some surface-based rotation hopping up on the composite radar here. Looks like it's been doing it. So I wouldn't be too shocked to see a tornado warning come out for Irvington, Big Spring, Flaherty, Garrett, and that kind of area there. Cody, thank you for your 50 stars. I appreciate you. Thank you again, guys, for all the likes, the shares, all the new followers tonight, all the new subscribers. Thank you guys again. I appreciate you all a ton. That's the best way to support us. Just simply follow, like, and share. It's free. Doesn't hurt y'all. And thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. I imagine they're going to let this warning expire since it's just kind of rolling on through. 2 minutes left. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot. There is a slight little notch out right there. Let's see. Does that line up on reflectivity? Yeah, I mean, I guess you could see. Just investigating this a little bit further here around Scuffletown. Didn't even know that was a thing. There's a little bit of broad rotation there. Okay, you probably might see this warning extend out toward Barstown, Cox's Creek. Maybe they'll roll with a special weather statement, maybe? Let's turn those on and see if they have any special weather statements out for this. They don't. Unless it's just bug. Let's go ahead and refresh. Yeah, that rotation is definitely tightening up a little bit. I really would not be shocked to see potentially a tornado warning come out for this area. Okay, there's the extension of that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Pretty much it there for Bloomfield, Barstown, Nazareth, Cox's Creek. Again, you're now under that 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning out there in that area. Your screen there. Moving incredibly slow. So in Barstown in about 30 minutes. Bloomfield in about 40 minutes. So on and so forth there. So again, kind of your most marginal severe warning here. Barely severe. 60 miles per hour is your warning tag there. A little, just a little bit of rotation there. Not a whole lot. Not anything to be really concerned about. I definitely see more over here on this west of Irvington. It's still very much broad. The hell core is really not picking up with it, though, which is concerning me because we're still having rotation here without the hell core picking up. You still have this decent hook going on here. Look at it from a different radar. Yeah, very, very much broad. A lot of lightning, even out in front of this bad boy. A lot of lightning. I bet it's loud out there toward Irvington right now. I bet it is loud. Really coming down to Georgetown. Thank you for that report there. Thankfully, nothing severe is happening up there. Still just these two main cells here. Then we'll have to watch this one back out here toward Crisney, Indiana. But that one is kind of following in the same path as this Irvington cell, so it should or maybe start to continue or maybe start to struggle, I mean. Still very broad there. Let's see here on the composite radar. It is still showing signs of rotating toward the surface there. Yeah, definitely. A little surprised this is not a tornado warning. I'm not mad at it. I just because there is technically a tornado possible tag on it, but it does have some characteristics to support that. At the very least, these are some really nice winds coming through here. I mean, you got 60. Yeah, I mean, you got some really decent winds here. 52. Probably about 60 to 70, in my opinion. This to me seems like the most prominent cell right now. This over here toward Barstown seems to be weakening. We'll check back in on it once again here, though. Then maybe I'll get back to some of your questions here in a moment. Any hell with this bad boy? No. Maybe some very like pea-sized hell. Is that what they got on there? Yeah. So just keeping an eye on this one. Looking much more broad on these newer scans, unless it's that right there. Could be. Oh, how long has the E-Town camera been down? Let me fix that for you guys. There we go. Now you've got the working camera out of Elizabethtown there. Just so we're keep an eye on those two cells. I know more south, just wondering. They should go north of you. Unless they take a sudden turn to the south there, they should go north of you. Exactly in that is that Hascam? That's not a Hascam. That's I know it's mislabeled there, but that's from the city of Elizabethtown. That's their camera over I-65. I believe around exit 94 looking south. I believe, if I remember them telling me correctly. Is it starting to calm down? These two cells are kind of maintaining their strength. I wouldn't say it's calmed down or strengthening up right now. Brandenburg, can I go to sleep yet? I'll probably here soon. I would let that cell pass over you. Should we get ready to go to our safe place in Ratcliffe? You can probably get it ready, but you still have probably about 40 minutes or so until it even gets to you. So you still have time. There's definitely some rotation happening there, though. Yeah, I have no concern for Eastern Kentucky. No concern at all for Eastern Kentucky. Yeah, I don't really have any concerns for Northern Kentucky. How bad do you think Ratcliffe will get hit? Well, this severe cell is tracking toward Ratcliffe in about 40 minutes. So at the minimum, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust would be the main hazard there. Yeah, I don't really see much happening for Owensboro. You should be good to go. Yeah, Shelbyville's good to go. Rain's getting really heavy in Brandenburg. Yeah, you get the core of that cell starting to get over you there. What about West Kentucky? Really, there's no storms happening out there. You have a good environment to support storms, but there's really no storms happening out there, so really not any real concern right now. Let me double check that. Yeah, still really nothing happening out there. We're still getting a really decent rotation track on this. Right now, this to me the one in Irvington. The core of it's just a little bit south of Irvington. That's really the one to watch. Still got a ton of lighting on that one. See the difference over here on this one? How it's got the same look, similar look ish, but it's a lot less lighting. The lighting's more on the northern side. Again, just indicating that this one's not as strong as the other one is. Do have some broad rotation beginning to show up along that Bullitt County, Nelson County line, but it's not anything overly impressive as of this point. All right, Mike, I'll watch that here in a second. Bowling Green, I really have no real concern. You just have no storms around you. Whereas Louisville, not it's right there in the middle of your map there, right there. Jason, thank you very much for that update out of Jefferson County. All right, Mike, I'll give it a watch here in a little bit, bro. Fort Knox, that cell in Irvington is tracking toward your area. Keep an eye on that in about 35 minutes or so. Well, that Irvington cell goes south of, where'd you say? Lebanon Junction? No, it'll probably go right into Lebanon Junction. Don't know where Holy Cross is. Let's talk about the one in Louisville. If that's the case, it's all clear. Take a look back through the radar here. Yeah, that is looking suspicious. Is there a hell core with it, maybe? No. This is definitely a surface-based rotation at this point. Again, if you're in Irvington, I would treat this like a tornado warning at this point. You should be in your safe spot. There is a tornado possible tag on it, so that's the good news. Hopefully they're sounding the sirens over there. Still keeping an eye on this one up here toward Crisney, Indiana as well. Yeah, there goes another tornado warning for Hallsville and Tell City again. Second one of the night for those folks out there. Let's take a look in here. Yeah, we do still have some rotation. Yeah, it's going to be for, again, Lewisport, Tell City, Hallsville for that rotation there. Tornado warning for the next 37 minutes in that area. Check back in on this Irvington cell. Again, at the very least, this is probably some very decent winds moving through. I mean, you're probably talking about, I know it said 90, but I don't think it's 90-mile-an-hour winds, but you're talking about some very decent winds moving through. On storm relative velocity, this is not rotating as much. On normalized rotation, there is some, but it's very broad. Yep, it continues to be the area we're keeping an eye on. The kind of the areas you see on your screen there. And kind of continues to just be these areas here. Yeah, Louisville's good to go. No, I would say everything's kind of maintaining right now. Not weakening or strengthening. Everything's kind of maintaining at the moment. What's the time frame for Flaherty? Probably, if I had to guess, about 27, 28 minutes or so. If they do a new warning for it, I'll do a storm track. Again, for kind of a pan around the state here, that's still showing some decent rotation. I am just shocked that's not a tornado warning at this point. I could be ready to get wrong, though. Storms toward Frankfort, Paris, just north of Lexington there, Mount Olivet, Maysville. Again, just general rain, thunder showers up there. I know there's a watch out, or there was a watch out, but I just don't see it happening unless it just randomly ticks back up out of nowhere. Over here toward Western Kentucky, places like Madisonville, Morganville, Paducah, Princeton, Hopkinsville, Benton, Murray, Clinton, Glasgow, Franklin, Bowling Green, Litchfield, Owensboro, Tompkinsville. Pretty much everywhere that's not that blue circle. There's really no storms happening. This stuff is going to miss you. It's going to go around you. This stuff's going to your east. There's just really no storms happening there. So really no major concerns for that area. That also includes all the suburbs in that area. Checking back in on that Irvington cell. And typically, this is where we start to lose the storm cell. And we have had a history of a lot of unwarned tornadoes that happen through here. So again, Irvington to Radcliffe, kind of that area there, Flaherty, Big Spring. Just keep an eye out. Get your safe spots ready just in case. And that's no fault of NWS Louisville, by the way. That's just that radar there is just, it makes it incredibly hard to see it sometimes. It's funny because this one's showing more bright rotation than the one that's tornado warned. Just interesting. Yes, you can go to bed in Owensboro. Thank you, Stacy. I appreciate that. Who's fighting? Mike, can you check out the Facebook chat if you're still around the YouTube? Yeah, I can't. I don't see it. Thank you, Melissa. I don't got time to go through and babysit adults. Okay. That Barstown warning was just, I guess, to put a tornado possible tag on. I think that's what changed there on the Barstown warning. Let's take a look at that. Thank you again for all the likes and shares on the broadcast. I appreciate you guys helping us out. We do have some more storms moving in through central Kentucky here. Maybe a little spike there. What is that? What they changed? Did they add the tornado possible tag? I'm guessing for that little notch toward Cox's, just west of Cox's Creek there. That would head toward Cox's Creek and then maybe toward Bloomfield. Looks like that Irvington cell is starting to lose some of its power now. It's always great news. Or it's simply getting too close to the radar. A lot of lightning out in front of this bad boy, though. Louisville's fine. You all can go to sleep in Louisville. Are the Tell City storms moving to Meade County, or are they too low? I might go into southern Meade County, maybe more toward the Irvington kind of. It's pretty much on the same path as this storm. Thunder's picking up in Radcliffe. Hardin County finally got a watch. Are you serious? There's no way. Are you lying to me? Well, at least it happened. That's something. That is something, ain't it? Georgetown, please. Again, no severe threat up there. You're good. Just thunderstorms. But a lot of heavy rain, a lot of heavy lightning. Why do they wait to put the watch out? I have no idea. You might as well just not put it out at that point. What is it, 20-minute heads up? I got to be careful what I say, though. Still some decent rotation happening there. Just now southeast of Irvington, heading more toward Flaherty. Looks like right toward Ratcliffe and Vine Grove. Let's go ahead and put a. I know we have a lot of Hardin County folks in here, so let's go ahead and put a storm track on this. That way you can see a little bit of decent rotation happening now toward Cox's Creek up there in Nelson County, too. I think it would go a little bit more like that. Maybe a slight southern wiggle. So let's go ahead and compensate for that. Radcliffe, 29 minutes. 53 minutes for Lebanon Junction. 1 hour for Boston. A little bit over an hour for New Haven. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in a little bit more so you get a couple more city labels here. Be a little bit more specific. Look on the right side of your screen there. That's the storm track impact times for the warning out just east of Irvington. All right, Kelly. See if I can even add you. Doing this real quick. You don't even pop up in my search. Gotta figure that out. Tabitha again, yeah, out there in Western Kentucky, I'm just not seeing a whole lot. There's no real storms forming out there. Okay. It's nice little pocket of rotation happening now over here toward Cox's Creek. A little bit of a notch out there too. Again, that would scoot north of Bardstown, miss Bardstown. Still have this decent rotation happening here. Rotation tracks are not as strong as they were back out there toward Mystic. That's good news. We'll keep an eye on that. And of course, you still have your tornado warning over here for Tell City, Hallsville, and Lewisport. Check our velocities there. There's still some rotation happening there. It definitely, at the very least, it's a very gusty wind that's coming through. Should be getting close to Flaherty here in about, I don't know, 7 to 8 minutes or so. You still have some decent broad rotation over here toward Cox's Creek. Nothing overly impressive there. Well, on the normalized rotation, it's definitely taking a tick up. That's for sure. But Cox's Creek, I mean, if you're Cox's Creek, Bloomfield, Fairfield, I would kind of treat this like a tornado warning there as well. That there, so you can kind of get the middle of all those. Yeah, the storms in Indiana will continue to go east-southeast throughout Kentucky overnight. Yeah, Mount Washington's good to go. Yes, Louisville's severe threat is done. Yes, Owensboro, Kentucky's going to go. Sorry. Thank you again, everyone, tuning in here and hanging out with us here as we go through this weird severe threat tonight. You know, if this holds together, I'm really curious to see what this is about to do. I need to make sure my wife is awake, by the way. Because if this holds together, it's coming right to my house. So just want to make sure she's up. Are you awake? What do you guys think? Is Brina awake or not? All right, Mike. Mike, apparently there was some stuff happening in the Facebook chat if you want to go check that out. I don't know if it's still happening or not. Lexington is under a tornado watch. I know. I just don't see anything really happening there. There hasn't been any warnings for any part of this line for several hours now. Do it from here. Why can't I add him as a moderator? Can't even do it from here, which I used to be able to do. Thank you, Kelly. I need to try and figure that out. I don't know what's going on with it, but I can't add you. Anyway, someone asked about New Haven. A lot of this should go maybe squeeze just north of you. Just keep an eye on these two back cells here. This one's going to miss you. Okay, we're about to lose this storm to the radar. It's about to get too close to the radar here. Again, this is where a lot of the unwarned stuff usually happens. Flaherty to Radcliffe to Vine Grove. It always happens. It's not anyone's fault. It's just where the radar tower's at. The good news is on composite radar, it is starting to lose its rotation. You kind of see back here where it was a lot brighter, a lot more aggressive. Now it's a little bit more dull. Matter of fact, we do see some rotation picking up toward Cox's Creek now as well. So starting to get some more rotation out here toward Cox's Creek. We see kind of that inbound green versus the outbound red there. Not a whole lot. Just a little bit of rotation there over there toward Cox's Creek. That'll scoot again north of Barstown, more toward the Bloomfield area. North of Springfield, it'll miss that. Go more toward maybe this Brush Grove, toward Ballard, Mayo, and Duncan. Severe warning now does include western Hardin County for Radcliffe, Vine Grove, Rineyville, Flaherty, and Big Spring. Going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, and a tornado is possible on that tag as well. You can kind of see it highlighted there. Do you guys like this highlight feature? Let me know. Let me know. All right. Thank you again for all the likes and shares on the broadcast. Welcome in, everyone. As the storm line now approaches central Kentucky a little bit more here, and as we go on hour number 3 of our broadcast, we do have 2 severe warnings and 1 tornado warning so far. But both of these severe thunderstorm warnings do have tornado possible tags on them. I do want to draw our circle again here because I know there's probably going to be a lot of new people hanging out here with us as that new severe warning update comes through. Again, for those of you that may not know, we are really only focused on these areas for, probably a little bit too far south there, but these areas over the next couple of hours, because while the radar looks crazy, these storms are moving incredibly slow. So if anything changes, I have plenty of time to change and tell you guys. But for now, it's really just these areas, and then we'll see kind of how they trend as they go through central Kentucky. If you're not included in that blue circle, you have no imminent threat. I want to make that clear. If you are not in that blue circle, you have no imminent threat and no threat over the near future. Okay. Out in western Kentucky, out in south central Kentucky, that's Bowling Green to Murray to Mayfield to Henderson to Owensboro to Morganfield to Litchfield to Campbellsville to Stanford, pretty much everywhere outside of the Blue Circle. There are no storms even near you. Up there in northern Kentucky, where you are hearing storms, Georgetown, Lexington, Mount Olivet, Maysville, up there toward northern Kentucky, those storms are very loud. They may be a little bit windy, but they are not severe, and they have not been severe for quite some time. So, yes, I know you have a watch out, but there hasn't been a warning even in that watch area at all, except for LaGrange and Louisville. That's pretty much it. So, again, just to point that out, no real threat there, in my opinion. It's obviously died down on that portion of the line. If you don't know where you're at on the map, find a bigger city that you know is near you and kind of go off of that. Take a look back through the radar here while we have a quick moment. We do still see some rotation happening here just to the west of Flaherty now. Again, that's tracking right between Ratcliffe and Vine Grove out in western and northwestern Hardin County. We do still have some rotation back out here toward Tell City and Hallsville, but it's not as much as it once was. What did I just switch the radar for? What is that warning for that just came up? Oh, Nelson County they just changed some of the warning there. Okay. This to me doesn't look like any real rotation at this point. Let's take a look over here. Maybe a little bit over here, just again southeast of Cox's Creek, heading more just south of that Bloomfield area, just north of Barstown. You see the kind of, if you can kind of see the arrow there, I know it's hard to see. There's a little bit of rotation there, not a whole lot at all. And we do have some rotation still happening with this cell, but not as much as it once was. As you can see here, back out here to the west, it was much more bright, vibrant, a lot of reds and whites showing up. Something was definitely rotating there between Mystic and Irvington. Not as much now, so that's really good news. Back out here to the Tell City Hallsville storm, you can tell that that's not rotating as much on that one, but it still definitely has some rotation there. For all the people telling me what to do with the radar, you guys know you can look at the WeatherWise app and see the same radar too. Right now we're focused on these areas, so this is where the radar is going to stay for a little bit because the other storms are either non-severe or you have no storms near you. Thank you, Derek. I appreciate that. That's just an update for the warning that's back out there for Tell City and Hallsville, so don't freak out. Is the Irvington storm going to produce a tornado in the Barstown area? Well, that's just an impossible question to answer. But it does have a tornado possible tag on it and will track toward that Barstown area. Jenny, thank you for your 20 stars. I appreciate that, my friend. How about Lexington, Kentucky? Just some loud thunderstorms there right now. None of that part of the line has been severe for quite some time. What's the odds it slows down before Brandenburg? Well, it's already going incredibly slow. And if you're talking about the tornado warning storm, that should go south of Brandenburg. Joe, thank you very much. I appreciate those kind words. Yeah, outside the blue circle meant good, at least for the next few hours. Of course, I'll let you know if anything changes. Go take a nap, at least come back or something. But at this point, it's really just these areas that we have on the screen that we're kind of looking at. E-Town was inside of that blue circle because E-Town needs to watch that Tell City storm. This storm that you currently have coming through Hardin County should go north of E-Town and miss E-Town. Ratcliffe is currently included in a severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible tag. Roberto, thank you for your 500 stars. Wow, says thanks for keeping us safe, George. Thank you very much. What about the line of storms around 2 a.m. for Western Kentucky? Well, it's just not really much happening out here. Need to refresh the radar here. But not really much happening out here. Now, you do have some storm cells starting to spark right now. We'll keep an eye on those and see if they grow. But all the storms that have been trying to form out there for Western Kentucky, they've just struggled all day and all night. Oh, my computer's starting to get tired. I feel it's slow on the zooms. It's slow on the zooms. Whoa. Anyone in Flaherty can let me know what's going on there? Anyone in Flaherty can let me know what's going on there? Barstown seems pretty good right now, for now, Brad. I'll do the circle again here in a moment, guys, for those of you asking. Peaky, thank you for your 99-cent super chat. I appreciate you. What's the word for E-Town? E-Town needs to watch that Tell City tornado warning cell. Springfield, that warning of Barstown should go north of you and miss you. You need to watch this cell that we're currently on. In Flaherty, lots of wind and lightning. In Flaherty, nothing. Okay. Yeah, I guess it would be probably just north of Flaherty. Looked like a lot of wind was happening there. Hard to tell, though, when these storms get so close to that radar like that. Lots of lightning and thunder. Okay. Okay. Heavy rain and lots of lightning. Okay. Thank you for that, by the way, guys. Sometimes the radar can say one thing, but, something different's happening. I want to keep an eye on the... Oh, I'm hearing the thunder now, boys and girls. By the way, I want to point out, while, because I am included in this warning, I do live in Radcliffe. You guys know that. If I do lose power, it'll take me a little bit to get back on. I do have a backup power supply, but I don't have it plugged in on the internet inside because I'm a Dumbo. So I will lose power, but it'll take me probably about, 15 minutes to get back up and going. About 15 minutes to get back up and going. So just a heads up, if we do lose power, I will come back. I do have a generator and everything ready to go. We already have everything set up, but it'll take me 15 minutes to switch over. I need to call my wife. She's obviously not awake. Actually, I'll just wait until... Oh, okay, Cherie. Let me know what you see, Cherie, or Mike, if you can relay that to her. Yeah, there is some rotation on this cell. It's not completely organized, but there's something happening here. It's just hard to tell because the radar tower is messing with everything. Back over toward this Tell City and Hallsville storm real quickly just to take a look here. Some broad rotation is still occurring. Not as organized as it once was, but be on the lookout for a quick downput of maybe a quick tornado or two, or a tornado or so, I should say. Looks like that main pocket of rotation should go north of Kentucky back into southern Indiana. Back over here toward Bardstown, Bloomfield, Nazareth, Cox's Creek. Bardstown's going to be missed by, you might get a little bit of this rain on this southwestern side here. I see no real rotation with this, so you should be good to go there. Wow, that's a lot of... Before something gets crazy, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Well, if she ain't awake, she should be now. My goodness, that lightning or that thunder is loud. My goodness. I don't know if you all heard me hooting and hollering out there. That lightning is loud. All right, let's check a check. Let's take a check back through the radar here. See what we have going on. Some decent winds showing up just south of Flaherty, maybe going more toward Vine Grove now. Dude, that lighting is shaking my floor. That is insane. I haven't felt thunder like that in a minute. Very broad rotation here toward Tell City and Hallsville. I'm not really seeing a whole lot at the moment with this cell, but we'll keep an eye on that, of course, for you folks north of Cloverport. Over here toward Bloomfield. Not really seeing a whole ton here. Yeah. Honestly, it looks like a regular strong thunderstorm, maybe borderline severe. It's by far this cell that's the most prominent at this point, in my opinion. I've just been saying that. Is there Hellcore or anything with this bad boy? No, I was still. If I'm in Flaherty, I would still be in the basement. If you're already down there. All right, Sheree. Anyone in Flaherty or Vine Grove? Let me know what you're seeing. Let me know what you're seeing. You're probably not seeing anything in Vine Grove, but more so toward the Flaherty area. Anything rotating on composite? Let's check this. Not really. That's always good news. Whether someone had said would the Evansville radar help with this? It could, but you see, it's really not. It really doesn't reach all that great. We do have an extension of that tornado warning into Hardinsburg and Irvington, where we do still have some rotation ongoing there. It's going to be for Hardinsburg, Cloverport, Mystic, taking a little bit of a southern turn here on this cell. As we mentioned, that was possible. Again, that tornado warning that's coming up now is going to be for Cloverport, Hardinsburg, Mystic, Addison, Lauer. A natural gas or propane? I think natural gas. Over here toward Radcliffe, Rhineville, Vine Grove, Flaherty. Still just a standard severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. Dude, that thunder is crazy. I mean, it sounds like freaking 4th of July out there. And it's like the storm's not even near me yet. But you see, so don't come stalk me. But I live in Radcliffe, and you see all these lightning bolts showing up well in front of the storm. I mean, we've got lightning strikes happening all the way over toward Longview, well in front of the storm. Looking over here toward the Bloomfield, Chaplin, Barstown storm here. Still really not seeing anything with this. Jesus. Ooh, dude, that's some of the loudest thunder I've heard. AC just turned off. I thought I lost power. Got me on edge now. That's genuinely, I think, the loudest thunder I've heard all year. And we had a tornado happen here back on March 15th. It wasn't this loud. That is insane. Again, loud doesn't always equal severe, but usually when you get frequent lightning like that, you know, something quite rowdy is happening out there. Good thing is, again, I don't know if it's because it's just so close to the radar or not, but I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation out of this, even though it still has that little hook happening. So just in case you guys were curious if I can do it without showing exactly where I'm at. Okay, perfect. Just in case you guys are serious, I'm the orange dot. Okay. You can see it's about to get real rowdy. So I might lose power, you know, lightning strike hits it or wind gust hits it or whatever. If I do, it'll take me about 15 minutes to get back on, get on the generator and stuff. But I will get back on here for you guys. Okay. Let me zoom out a little bit. Make sure I don't miss any of these other. I know we got a tornado warning over here for Hardinsburg, Cloversport. Again, Hardinsburg, you still have some time. They'll probably be your area about 25 to 32-ish minutes. So you still got some time to head to your safe spots. Thanks, Sheree. Give me a picture if you can. Hopefully everybody's okay. What about the line of storms around 2 a.m. Western and Southern Kentucky? I feel like I've already answered this, but I'm just not seeing many storms out there right now. Boy, that is a loud one. Still seeing some decent rotation up here, just to the north of Hallsville. That'll head down toward Lauer. Probably clip Hardinsburg here in about 30 minutes. So again, Hardinsburg, you got that tornado warning. Head to your safe spot here very soon. Over here for Bardstown, Bloomfield, I imagine they probably allow this to expire. In my opinion. Maybe a special weather statement comes out for it. I'm just not seeing a whole lot there. I'm just not. I'm looking at about 35 to 45 mile per hour winds. No real rotation with it. I imagine that will be allowed to expire. I imagine. I also wouldn't be shocked to just see it extended anyway. Just be careful. Oh, my wife's awake now. She said, "Oh my goodness, I accidentally fell asleep." Good morning, sunshine. Let's ride. Oh, here comes the rain. Okay, so yes, they are going to allow this Bardstown and Bloomfield one to expire. So this severe warning over here for Bloomfield and Bardstown, Nelson County, it is going to be allowed to expire. Get right there. The storm that which prompted this warning is no longer of severe criteria. Dang, that rain is heavy. I'm not even over the heavy stuff yet. This is about to get real fun, boys and girls. We do still have this tornado warning, by the way. Hardinsburg, Cloverport, Mystic, Lauer, Addison. Again, Hardinsburg, you probably still have about 30 minutes. Cloverport, you probably have about 15 to 20 minutes. Mystic, you probably have about 15 to 20 minutes. Dude, that is loud until it gets to you. That cannot all be rain. There's no way that can all be rain. There's not a shot. What's it saying? Oh yeah, raining cats and dogs out there. I tell you what. It was definitely very windy out there too, though. I wasn't gonna walk out to find out how bad it was. So again, kind of draw this on the screen for you. This warning over here is going to be allowed to expire. So we're left with really these two warnings. Let's choose green here. We're left with these two. It's kind of the general path of them ish. Will Lebanon Junction need to go to safe spot? I'll let you know. Right now, I'm not. The storm's almost over me, so I'll be able to let you know for sure. Not really hearing rain in Vine Grove yet. Yeah, it's just to the north of you. I mean, I'm me personally. I'm barely. You can see me in Ratcliffe. I'm barely getting it here. So yeah, it's just barely missing Vine Grove right now. How long until Hodgeville is hit? Well, you're watching this tornado warning cell back here. This will be the one that comes to you. Probably would still be a couple of hours. Don't you guys? They're moving slow, boys and girls. Anything to worry about in Hodgeville, Kentucky? I just answered that one. Any rotation of the storm in Ratcliffe and Fort Knox? There is some rotation. Dude, what is that? Take those off. Dude, it sounds wicked. Hang on. Them trees are moving quite a bit. Not as bad as I thought it would. I'm gonna be honest. Not as bad as I thought it was. Definitely moving quite a bit out there though. Take a look in here. Don't really see much rotation there. On the composite, there's not really a whole lot of rotation there either. So it looks like the Ratcliffe and Rhineyville cell, Ratcliffe to Vine Grove cell really looks like it is beginning to weaken. That's always good news. Again, we do still have this tornado warning for Breckenridge County up in north central Kentucky, northwestern Kentucky. Storms moving at snail space. Yeah, they're going incredibly slow. Galaxy? I know I just butchered that, but thank you for the 99 stars. I appreciate that. Ness, thank you for your 99 stars. Oh, there's the wind. I found it. Is the second storm back there weakening? Let me check on that, actually. Does look like it's starting to broaden out, which does indicate that it is weakening, but it is still tornado warning, so definitely treat it with respect out there. By the way, guys, if you guys are wondering why we're not talking about other areas, there's just hold up. What do we got going on out here? This part of the line starting to wake back up. Carlisle, Kentucky, we do have a severe warning there now for tornado possible. Looks like it's been there for a minute. My bad. I guess I missed that. Probably happened while I walked away. Carlisle to Flemingsburg, now under that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and tornado possible attack on that as well. I'm going to check up here on the Jackson. Yeah, decent gust of wind, especially on the southern side of Carlisle there. Yeah, probably about right at 60 miles an hour on the southern side of Carlisle there. Not really seeing as much on the northern side there. We'll keep an eye on it for you guys. We'll keep an eye on it. Sorry, that's the first time anything's happened out on that portion of the line in genuinely 3.5 hours. So forgive me, I forgot about that side of the line there for a minute. They canceled that warning out of Ratcliffe. I think that's good because it definitely has weakened. It is loud out there. Don't get me wrong. It is very loud, but it definitely has weakened. And in my opinion, it is below severe levels at this point. So we are left with warning up here for Carlisle and Flemingsburg, Kentucky, up there in northern Kentucky. Then we are left with this tornado warning out here for Cloverport and Hardinsburg. Out here toward western Kentucky, it looks like we have, let me go ahead and change this over here. A cell maybe starting to finally get going out here towards Sturgis and Elizabethtown, Illinois. But it seems to be the only one right now. We're keeping an eye on the cell just northwest of Owensboro. Do we have any talks about any watches coming out? Actually, ironically enough, the National Weather Service has just made a post 20 minutes ago about how the storms out there toward Western Kentucky and in Missouri are continuing to struggle. So that's always a good sign. Cody, thank you for your 15 stars. I appreciate that. Yes, the storms in Missouri are going to go south of Western Kentucky. They're not going to go into Western Kentucky. Again, those are going to miss Western Kentucky. Right now, I would imagine, since we're entering about 1 o'clock in the morning here, again, we're going to put this on here for you. It's tornado warning for Hardinsburg. You still have some time. Cloverport, and a severe thunderstorm warning for Carlisle and Flemingsburg, Kentucky. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, tornado possible attack on that. I want to real quickly check just what our atmosphere and our environment kind of looks like here. That is amazing that storm was able to actually get severe out there. So if you look out here toward eastern, I know it's hard to tell. This is Kentucky, by the way. And what we're looking at is storm fuel. In blue is your negative storm fuel, and in red is your positive storm fuel. So if you look out here to where that warning is out in Carlisle and Flemingsburg, on that edge there, it is literally going to, I mean, it is remarkable that even turned severe because there's hardly anything out there. I want to check Western Kentucky out. Oh, that's why it's severe. There's a lot of decent amount of wind shear there. Yeah, just not really seeing a whole lot out here for Western Kentucky. Not really seeing a whole lot. Checking in on the storm out here in Carlisle and Flemingsburg real quickly, and then we'll come back to that Hardinsburg cell. Yeah, not seeing, unless someone in Carlisle can tell me any different. I'm not really seeing a whole lot out of this. No, I don't really see any calls for concern in Lexington, by the way. Whoever was asking about that. You have one lightning strike. Over here toward central Kentucky, these two storm cells have weakened below severe levels. That's always a good thing. Peyton, thank you for your $5 super chat on YouTube. Says thank you as always for being there. Thank you very much. Brandenburg should be good to go. Solomon, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Is it going to hit Litchfield? No, this should go north of Litchfield. The Paris and Carlisle line. Yeah, just a few lightning strikes up there. It looks like a decent thunderstorm, but that portion is non-severe. Dude, that wind outside is insane. Looking over toward Cloverport and Hardinsburg now. We do see some rotation, but I'm going to be quite honest. This looks like it's really taken a massive step down. And that does make sense because when we go back over here and check everything, you're just seeing a nice cap on the environment really beginning to build. And that's allowing these storms to really start to kind of take a step down a little bit. We now have a new severe warning for Bloomfield to Willisburg to Harrodsburg to Salvisa. Go take a check in here. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail there for Willisburg, Salvisa, Harrodsburg, just east of Bloomfield there. Still not seeing any rotation with this. That's always good. Checking the hail core out here. We do definitely have a decent hail core that's going on here just to the southeast of Bloomfield. And again, that's heading more toward Brush Grove, Willisburg, Duncan, Cornishville, Mayo. What are those town names out there? What in the world? But those are the areas there. I'm going to turn my navigation off now. We don't need to have that on anymore. Then, of course, we still have our severe warning out here for Carlisle to Flemingsburg, Kentucky. Oh, here come the allergies, bro. No way. Thank you again to all the new followers, likes, and shares on the broadcast. Again, it's free to do that for us. And thank you to everyone that has taken the time to do that. We appreciate you a ton. Thank you very much. And I know we haven't done any sponsor spills, but shout out to our sponsors real quickly. Thank you to them for allowing us to be here for you guys 24/7. If you see those sponsor logos scrolling in the bottom left portion of the screen, I hope you guys consider supporting them because, again, they're a big reason we can be here for you guys 24/7 and keep everything free for you guys. So thank you guys very much to our sponsors. And thank you to you all that are supporting them. You know, we're getting feedback all the time that you guys are going to our sponsors. So thank you guys very much. Cloverport, Hardinsburg, we still have that tornado warning going out there. Lots of lightning along and in front of that storm cell. I will again repeat, though, that this does look like it's beginning to weaken. Maybe some brief rotation just on this southern tip here, but I think it's going to very confidently turn into a severe thunderstorm warning and probably just leave it at that. Carlisle to Flemingsburg, once again, just want to point out, do have that severe warning still there as well. Again, this is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and the possibility of a spin-up tornado occurring there. Although I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation, so that's really good news there. I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation on any of these cells at the moment, to be quite honest with you guys. Which we will always take that. Flemingsburg looked bad. It looks like a solid severe thunderstorm, but I'm not really seeing anything that's going to be life-threatening at the moment. I'll let you know if that changes. Can you check Western Kentucky? It's just one thunderstorm out there towards Sturgis. That's the only thing happening out in Western Kentucky. Do you think the cells in West Kentucky will get severe? I will say it's not impossible, but I don't think they will. Just because there's so much of negative storm fuel out there, I think the window for West Kentucky has passed. But I'll continue to keep an eye on them for you. I have no concerns for London, Kentucky. Danville, that severe cell will go just north of you, and there's really no other cell tracking toward your area right now. Update on Vine Grove. Looks like the worst of it passed you already. You got that cell behind you back over toward Hardinsburg. You'll need to keep an eye on, but right now that looks to be weakening as well. Graceland and Ashland. Graceland and Ashland, I should say, don't really have much of a concern for that far into eastern Kentucky. Darren, hope I'm saying that correctly. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. How's Irvington, Kentucky? Got that tornado warned cell kind of bearing down in your area in about 30 minutes or so. Just keep a loose eye on it. It does appear to be weakening, so that's always the good news. Oh my goodness, my allergies, guys. Is Litchfield going to get anything? You might get one of these pop-up cells that are behind everything later on tonight, but severe threat looks incredibly low. Brianna, thank you for the 20 stars. I appreciate that. Any concerns with BG for later? No, my thoughts have not changed on that. What about Rineyville? Got to keep an eye on this tornado warning cell to your west. Probably still have about a little bit over an hour until it gets to you, though. Again, I just want to point out we do have this severe warning that is in Willisburg, Salvisa, and Harrodsburg for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-size tail. If that continues on, it would be toward Nicholasville and High Bridge, and then eventually toward Richmond, again, if that continues on. Out here toward Flemingsburg and Carlisle, we still have that 60-mile-per-hour severe threat on this warning here. More toward the Flemingsburg area now. They've just trimmed off the backside of this warning here for Cloverport and Hardinsburg right now. Again, still have that tornado warning and still a lot of lightning there, so still a very healthy cell that's happening. I just don't see a whole lot of rotation there at this point. Check our composite, though. Yeah, it looks like it's just... Yeah, it's not picked up on any rotation. Last 10 minutes or so. Here's what we got. For those of you out here in Western Kentucky that keep asking about that, you do have some storms beginning to pop up out there, but again, I think most of the window has passed for you. These storms have just in this portion of West Kentucky and Illinois and Missouri, the storms out here have just struggled. They've just struggled to really produce anything. So yes, you may see a thunder shower here or there. You may get a gust of wind here or there, but the storms have really struggled to really get onto something and hold on. I also want to ask if this is the last storm of the night. Of course, if you look behind these storms, there are more storms popping up, but none of these are severe. So these should carry the only severe risk, this front line, but there still may be more thunderstorms behind them, this kind of front line or main line, whatever you would like to call it. Mike, thank you very much. I appreciate your report. Where is that tornado warning storm headed? It'll be toward Cloverport, north of Warrensburg, and then if it continues on, it'll be Custer and Big Spring. Those will be the kind of the next up there. Okay, that Carlisle warning is going to be allowed to expire. It's just going to be Flemingsburg over here in eastern Kentucky, where we do still have a 60-mile-per-hour severe threat, as well as a tornado possible tag on that warning there. Although I will be honest with you, I'm not seeing even a hint of rotation on that. Maybe a little, the world's smallest nudge right there. This probably, who is this? That makes sense. Going over here, back over here towards central Kentucky. We have Willisburg, Salvisa, and Harrodsburg still under that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail there. We still have a strong thunderstorm just east of Ratcliffe going toward Beech Grove, Belmont, and Lebanon Junction, though that is non-severe. And, of course, we still have our tornado warning over here for Cloverport, Hardinsburg, and just west of Irvington. I want to zoom out real quickly just so you have a quick Kentucky-wide view here of everything that's happening. Renee, you're under a tornado warning in that area. Well, Nicholasville, if you're still up at this point, you might as well wait for the severe storm that's knocking on your door there to pass you. About 40 minutes. Frankfort, Kentucky, no concern there. No concern. How long is the storm going to last for Hardinsburg? Well, they're moving incredibly slow, so you're probably talking about at least 20 minutes. How will Lexington be tonight? Your severe threat is done. Louisville, your severe threat is done. How's Versailles, Kentucky looking? Same thing as Lexington. Severe threat is done. Warwick, Kentucky, that severe cell is going to scoot just to your north. Keep an eye on that stronger storm just to your west, about 45 minutes out. Thank you, Shabri. I see it. Berea, Kentucky, most of this is going to go north of you. Radcliffe is not clear. You got to keep an eye on this cell over here to the west in Cloverport. Checking in on these storms out western Kentucky real quick. I do see a couple of lightning strikes out there. I don't see anything happening with them, though. Checking in on our storms in central Kentucky. We still have a small hook over here toward Cloverport, just north of Cloverport. But I'm really not seeing any rotation with this. And if those cells weren't warned for this, this probably shouldn't be warned anymore either. Going over here toward Willisburg and Harrisburg, Cornishville, and Duncan, we still have our strong to severe thunderstorm here. I'm not seeing a whole lot with this. There's probably is just really a hell core more than anything, but that's starting to die down as well. So you'll probably, if that continues, you'll probably see that warning canceled at some point. Checking back in on the Flemingsburg cell. I do see a little bit of rotation still happening with that. Not a ton. And it seems to be misplaced now. So I'm going to assume this line should begin to weaken here soon, especially as that rain kind of interacts with that rain in front of it. Why is there still a tornado watch for Lexington? I could not tell you. Louisiana, Kentucky don't really have much of a concern for there. If there is a severe storm later on, it'll be 4 hours from now, and it would be mainly damaging winds. Thank you again, everyone that's tuned in. Darren, thank you for your 550 stars, my friend. I appreciate you. Strippersville's good. Strippersville's good. Is everyone tired to get to? Oh, I'm exhausted. What about Salt Lick? I have no idea where that is. Are you talking about? Yeah, you'll just have to give me a bigger city near you, my friend. To draw your all done line. Well, I'm just going to wait a little bit because it's tricky. We have a lot of different lines going on here. Yes, Matt of Grace, nothing has changed. Hoping the thunder won't be as bad. Yeah, it was loud. It was loud over here in Radcliffe for a little bit. Lucy, thank you very much. Have a good night, my friend. Thomas, it's just a strong thunderstorm over there towards Sturgis. It's Jinx on YouTube. As a reply to your comment, if you don't think it's bad, then go to bed, my friend. I have not seen any rotation really anywhere in a minute. There was a little bit out there toward Flemingsburg, but that was about it. Hardin County needs to keep an eye on that cell out there toward Irvington and Hardinsburg. Upton, I really don't see anything really making it to you. It'll still be quite some time if it does. Damaging winds will be the main threat. Lebanon Junction, keep an eye on that cell out there toward Hardinsburg, but it should go just south of you. How do you feel about Meade County and Brandenburg? I feel like you're mostly done. The very southern side of Meade County may get clipped by that tornado warning cell if it continues on, but Brandenburg itself, your threat is done. Jordan, thank you very much. Richmond, you have to keep an eye on this cell out here toward Harrodsburg, although I think this cell is weakening. Keep an eye on it. It'll probably be a little bit over an hour until it gets to you. Vanceburg. Isn't Vanceburg out here? Oh, there's Salt Lick. I found Salt Lick. No real major concern. If you do see a strong severe thunderstorm, which you will here in a little bit, you'll see at least a strong thunderstorm. Damaging winds will be the main risk. Where is Vanceburg at? I know it's out here. Oh, up all the way up here. Hello. Yeah, really not a whole lot of risk in my opinion. You may get clipped the southern side by this severe part of the line here, but I'm not seeing a whole lot with that line at the moment. I'm gonna do a little radar sweep here now that I've answered a few more questions. Again, still not seeing a whole lot on this Hardinsburg cell. I imagine it's probably still warned for patient tracks. Although that's really calmed down too. But that's the same thing that went through Radcliffe and Flaherty. That wasn't, as you can see there, that wasn't warned. Just the consistency is not there tonight, in my opinion, on some of these. There may be some very broad rotation over here just north of Willisburg, but it's not in a correct spot. So again, I think this storm line or this storm cell right here is a little bit more tamed out here towards Salvisa, Willisburg, and Harrodsburg. Over here toward Flemingsburg, We do still have that strong to severe line here. We can take a look in. Maybe a little notch out right here. Take a look in our MRMS data here. Not seeing a whole lot with it. Not seeing a whole lot there. Maybe a decent wind gust threat over there through Flemingsburg as it approaches that Vanceburg area. And again, just to point out once more, we'll go over here and check out all these storms in western Kentucky that are now starting to finally wake up. Only about, I don't know, 3 hours too late. I'm not seeing really anything on them. This Clay and Dixon one does have a lot of lightning around it, so it could get a little bit stronger, I suppose. But not really seeing a whole lot of evidence of anything strong to severe on that. Some storms starting to drape now across toward Henderson, Kentucky. Maybe go to scoot across northern Daviess County toward Owensboro here in a little bit. Seems non-severe at this moment. Can Radcliffe go to bed now? Well, you need to keep an eye on that tornado warning cell just to your west there. It'll be about an hour until it gets to you. It may go just south of Radcliffe, but it'll be too close to call. What does all the red and pink mean? Talking about the rain there. That's just basically how hard the precipitation is falling. Again, thank you to everyone that's tuned in so far tonight. We appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for all the likes and shares on the broadcast on YouTube and Facebook. We're still holding over 2,000 of you guys in here with us. Thank you very much for choosing us on a severe night like tonight. We appreciate you guys a ton, and thank you for everyone that's, again, liked to share the broadcast and helped us out with those goals. Please do not spam the chats. Tundra, we just did a check through Western Kentucky. I didn't really see anything noteworthy there. Biker, thank you very much for that report there. The rain is slowing down now in Carlisle County. Yeah, the worst of that precip ban is past you now. Spring, thank you very much for your kind words. Update on Radcliffe, nothing there right now. Keep an eye on that cell to your west. Georgetown, just a lot of heavy thunder showers there. No real threat. Flemingsburg, you're asking if you're okay to go to bed. Might as well wait until that severe warning moves out of your area in about 15 minutes. What about Versailles? I don't really see any threat there. Again, I just answered Georgetown. Please do not spam the chat. Yes, I still don't see any real risk for Lexington area either. Muhlenberg, you might see a thunderstorm here or there later on tonight or later on this morning, I suppose now. But severe threat is going to be remarkably low. What about Franklin? You still have several hours till any storms, if any at all, show up for you. No real concern in my opinion. Nicholasville, this severe storm to your west is still ongoing at this point. Keep an eye on this one in about 40 minutes toward your area. Flemingsburg, you still got a decent line going through you now. Flemingsburg itself should be good to go. Just east of Flemingsburg toward Crum and Wallingford. Still keep an eye out for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. Really don't see hardly any rotation there at all. Let me check back in on this Harrodsburg and Willisburg cell here for you guys. I don't see a lick of anything there. This looks very comparable to this storm cell that's here in Lebanon Junction in Shepherdsville. Over here toward Hardinsburg, Cloverport, and Irvington. Still a lot of lightning with that storm cell there. I don't really see a whole lot of rotation ongoing there. Let's check the... Yeah, that's really calmed down a whole lot too. The rotational tracks there that we like to pull up. Yeah, it seems to be calming down quite a bit. I imagine they'll allow this to expire and maybe put a severe warning on for Irvington, just north of Hardinsburg toward Radcliffe and Rineyville. I imagine that's what's going to happen. Over here toward Western Kentucky, still just some scattered thunder showers starting to kind of wake up out there. Up over here toward Dixon, Marion, Madisonville, Fredonia, Henderson, and up there toward Hatfield, Indiana. But that environment should be really worked over out there because of the storms that happen up there in southern Indiana. So I don't really expect a whole lot to really pop off there. We'll keep an eye on it, though, and let you know. Over here toward Moorhead, they're going to go with a special weather statement, which I think is the correct move. Flemingsburg storm system seems to be weakening now, back down to 50-mile-per-hour wind gust. That's going to be for Vanceburg, Kentucky. And in Vanceburg, that'll be in your area in about 35 minutes or so. Dude, I feel like I'm entering like auto mode. I'm so tired. Yeah, we still have this tornado warning out here toward Hardinsburg and Irvington. Still have your severe warning out here for Harrodsburg, getting close to Nicholasville. Flemingsburg warning is going to be allowed to come back down to a special weather statement for Fantsburg. So it looks like things are starting to calm down now, finally. Yes, I don't see anything in the immediate future for Paducah. Dude, my freaking nose is itching like crazy. No. Freaking allergies. South Central Kentucky, you got several hours till any storms show up, and when you do, it'll be mainly a damaging wind and heavy rain threat. Aaron, I did not see any concern for Somerset before. I'm guessing you mean later on today. Radcliffe needs to keep an eye on that cell that's to its west, that red tornado warning. Brian and Chris, thank you for the 20 stars. Denise, thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate you guys. I'm going to go blow my nose real quick, guys. I don't know what is going on with these allergies, but it's... All right. Brian and Chris, thank you for your 20 stars. Says, is Western Kentucky okay to go to sleep? I do think so. I do think so. Just, guys, you always have a way to receive alerts and stuff whenever you're asleep. Wville, Kentucky, no real threat there, in my opinion. Your night with severe weather should be done. When I asked about Mount Sterling, Kentucky, I don't really see any real threat there, in my opinion. Just maybe some loud thunder showers. Do a little radar scan real quickly here, shall we? Let's go west to east here. We'll start out here in Western Kentucky now that we actually have some storms. Welcome in, Western Kentucky. Decided to finally join the show 4 hours late. Dixon, Kentucky, a little bit of a lightning out there, especially out there toward Fredonia and Crane as well, but really no signs of anything strong to severe. Over here toward Irvington and Hardinsburg, where we have that tornado warning at now, I'm thinking that will just be allowed to expire. I really don't see much of any evidence there to support that any further. Out here toward Harrodsburg, Salvisa, Willisburg, really not seeing a whole lot here. Maybe a little bit of wind toward Duncan and Cornishville, probably about 45 to 55 miles an hour, but I'm not really seeing a whole lot there at the moment. And again, over here toward Flemingsburg and going toward Vanceburg, that warning is going to be downgraded to a special weather statement. So that warning is now going to be, or that statement is going to be for 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So overall, it does definitely appear that the storm line is finally starting to kind of break up a little bit. And again, the big reason for that is if we go over here and show you, there is quite what we refer to as a capping inversion at the ground, which that is an ingredient that's going to help to support storms from, or help to impede storm growth, kind of help to stop the storms, if you will. Goodness gracious. I need some sleep. Sierra, have a good night, my friend. I do think Sonora would it be okay to go to bed? How are we looking for Lexington? No severe threat there. Your severe threat is done. Okay, what is going on, bro? Focus on the weather. Oh, I see. You're talking about that. Okay. I don't know. I guess all my moderators went to sleep at the same time. Yes, Lexington has no threat. Pendleton, Kentucky. Where's Pendleton, Kentucky at? I wish I knew every single city in Kentucky. That would make my life so much easier. Oh, yeah, you're completely fine. You were fine 2.5 hours ago. Okay, they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire. I think that is very much the correct move. And really, I don't even know if they'll issue a severe thunderstorm warning for this. They might. They might issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Hardinsburg toward Big Spring and Custer, but that cell itself looks to be dying down quite a bit too. So really, we're going to be left with this one severe warning right here toward Harrisburg and Salviso, but that one looks to also be weakening quite a bit as well. But we do have some very broad rotation there, not a whole lot, indicating maybe we need to watch out a little bit further. Again, Flemingsburg cell also being downgraded to a special weather statement there, up there toward Vanceburg, up there toward Eastern Kentucky. It does have a little bit of a bow out on it, so maybe a little bit of wind happening out here. Probably about 45 to 55 miles per hour. You're just really lacking storm fuel out there now. And then again, out here toward Western Kentucky, we are seeing a few storms starting to kind of wake up now, but I think they've just missed their window out there. Probably just going to be loud thunder showers. And remember, loud does not equal severe. Have we had any new watches come out? No new watches. Still the tornado watch up here. May check Paducah, please. There's nothing happening out here. Just some thunderstorms starting to wake up. Yeah, that storm cell just died. Just completely died, which is good news. But that's crazy because that was producing a very strong tornado back out there toward Boonville, and it's just completely died. I love the NWS out of Louisville. They're always just so quick to change things, which is a good thing. I can't stand when watches and warnings are up for longer than they need to be. Like we're just causing that warning fatigue. Looks like that Flemingsburg warning was canceled. I would imagine this one could be canceled toward Nicholasville. Let's take a look back at it again. Still got a little bit of that purple core there. Oh, here come the hiccups again. I don't know what's happening to me tonight. I got hiccups, allergies going crazy. Going on hour number 4 here of this live broadcast. You know, things get wicked after 1 a.m. I almost feel like I'm seeing an outflow boundary. Now, let me check radar scope. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, guys, by the way. On radar scope, it's a lot easier to see the outflow boundaries. Jeez Louise. I haven't used radar scope in forever. Goodness. Woo! I get the hiccups so much. Out there, we'll probably see a little bit better. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's outflowing, which means that this storm line is or this cell's absolutely weakening. And there goes that warning getting trimmed down. Oh God, this is Louisville, right? Yeah, I love how I can just tell. You can just tell the difference. I'm not going to say who or which office, but you can just tell the difference. It's just great. And I do see why they still have the warning here for Mayo and Duncan. Still a little bit of broad rotation there, maybe a little downburst of winds happening. So right now we are left with one warning in the state. One warning. And that is for, again, Salvisa, Mayo, Duncan, and Cornersville. So everything that you're hearing everywhere else, guys, and seeing everywhere else, those are non-severe storms. We could see where the storms were rotating over the last few hours. You could tell where the focus was. If I remember correctly, I'm going to go back here and just check something real quick before I forget, because I will forget to do this. I think it was ironically this run. Did that one, or was it? Wow. We actually, for the first time in a long time, had a model pretty much nail a storm system. That looks almost identical. Looks nearly identical. I thought there was a Nicholasville camera. What happened to that one? Yeah, even that brief rotation that was there is starting to dissipate as well. So, guys, it looks like everything's starting to weaken. At the same time, Western Kentucky's starting to wake up. Not that I think it's going to be severe or anything, but you're starting to get some storm activity out there now at the least. Here's kind of what zoomed out here. Here's kind of what Kentucky looks like right now. Looks a lot different, doesn't it? Looks a lot different than what it did. For those of you that may not have known, it has been quite the long night here, at least in some portions of Kentucky. Here's what that radar looked like earlier. Well, actually, I can probably go back even further here. You just tell it was a lot more active, a lot more robust, a lot more deep reds and purples. Whereas now you can see it just a lot weaker, a lot more spaced out, a lot more outflowing happening. So I don't want to give anyone in front of this line an all clear because it could pulse back up at any moment. This Lancaster cam could probably see. Yep, it does. Sees the lightning that's happening all the way up there in Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Lancaster cam, courtesy of Ryan Hall, y'all, and Kentucky Fi and Weatherwise. Hopefully Ryan doesn't get too mad at me. If he does, I just won't use it again. Oh, Georgetown, Kentucky, there's nothing happening there. Just some loud thunderstorms. Oh, will Grayson County have any severe risk through the rest of the night? I mean, it'll still be a low end severe risk, but it's very low end, very low end. Guess we'll kind of zoom in and watch this one cell that's happening here for a minute. I'm gonna give this. I typically would end the broadcast here, but I'm gonna give it a few more minutes just to make sure nothing pops back up. Yes, thank you very much for the kind words. I'm not giving anyone in front of this line an all clear yet. Someone asked about E-Town. You're still technically in front of the line. I'm not going to give you an all clear. But, guys, I think you all can go to bed. There's nothing that's, in my opinion, at this point that's going to be life-threatening. A lot of our environment is heavily capped at this point. So while storms may get loud and rowdy, they should be quite limited on how severe they can get. So as long as you're inside, you're not sleeping outside at night, as long as you're inside and have a way to receive alerts, I think anyone can go to bed. Like, genuinely. That includes Moorhead. That includes Hartford. That includes Doe Valley. That includes Willisburg. That includes Radcliffe. Carlos, thank you very much, my friend. Yeah, Lexington's good to go. Flemingsburg is good to go now that you had that one rough one there for a little bit. Woo! For a slight level 2 out of 5 risk, that was a rowdy one. Thankfully, it looks like a lot of it kind of really dwindled down once it got out of Kentucky or into Kentucky. Where did that go? Why do I keep closing out that storm report tab? What's wrong with me? Pull that back up here for you guys. Here are the current storm reports. Of course, more of these will come in later on this morning and stuff. But here are the current storm reports here. I'll pull that up and put it in for you here. I know it's hard to see. Let me try to zoom in a little bit more. You can see you got real. I mean, look how close. You don't get a whole lot closer than that. Looks like there was maybe some spin reports over there toward Cloverport and Tell City where we had a few of those tornado warnings. But so far, nothing else has come in throughout Kentucky so far. Of course, as we get more throughout the morning, people wake up. They may see some damages. They report those then. But you can see, I mean, just how close it got. This has been the metaphor for Kentucky this year. Kentucky has been incredibly close on a number of severe events that have happened in Illinois and Indiana and have just barely missed out, which is a good thing because we have gone through a ruckus. I hate to say, but ever since COVID, it feels like we've gone through a ruckus, severe weather every year, and you can see we've gotten a little bit more lucky this year. That's not to say the severe threat is over, but guys, it absolutely is weakening. And now we're sitting at almost 2 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock to about 9 o'clock in the morning is typically the most stable time in the environment. So it's really hard for these storms to get severe at this time. Not to say it's impossible. Not to say we might see a severe warning here and there for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but anything life-threatening, I don't see anything like that happen in Kentucky. So everyone can go to sleep. All the people still asking about, can I go to sleep? Can I, are we good? Yes, go to sleep. Just have a way to receive alerts. Most of your phones, if you put them up loud enough, will ring off that emergency broadcast alert system. If something that is life-threatening happens, they will ring that off. So again, at this point, I think it's weakened to quite a good standard here. William, thank you, dude. What is going on with my nose? Don't laugh at me. If you guys didn't know, and you got allergies like me, and your nose itches, putting something cold on it helps. That feels so much better. Yes, there may be still more thunderstorms to go throughout the night. As you can see on your radar there, behind the main storm line, there are some more storms behind it. But none of those have been severe. Thank you, everyone, for all the kind words. All the hearts I'm seeing come across the screen. Thank you very much. Ermin, again, Bowling Green might see thunderstorms later on tonight or this morning, I suppose. But again, damaging winds would be the maximum potential risk of 60 mile per hour. And that's not life-threatening or anything like that. It may cause some minor damages to trees, but nothing life-threatening. Rose, that's just a strong thunderstorm statement out there in Vanceburg. It's not severe at this time. It shouldn't be severe. You should be good to go. Rachel, thank you very much. That's correct. Michaela, hope I'm saying that correctly. Thank you, Devin. Thank you for the 200 stars. I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for keeping watch over us and keeping us informed. Thank you very much for your kind words. Are we supposed to have severe weather tomorrow? There is a low wind threat for severe weather in far eastern Kentucky tomorrow afternoon and evening. Well, I guess this afternoon and evening now that we're at 1:41 in the morning. In the morning, I will post an update on that because we need to see where these boundaries are going to fall before we actually get a good idea of what the real threat is over out in eastern Kentucky. But I will let you guys know. I have no concern for the storms in western Kentucky right now. What about Richmond with the storm? Looks like a strong, loud, rowdy thunderstorm out there in Richmond in probably about 40 minutes, maybe even go just north of you. It'd be really close. But they're going to allow this warning to expire here, and it looks like it's just strong and loud at this point. That's going to leave us with no warnings throughout Kentucky, by the way, now. Leave us with no warnings. Oh. Yes, everyone, I want to be clear again. I still see a lot of people asking about this. Everyone in Kentucky is good to go to bed. Just have a way to receive alerts. Zoom in on Vine Grove. Got probably a loud thunderstorm coming to you here soon, but non-severe. That thunderstorm has completely died off. Let me check on the storm out here in eastern Kentucky real quickly. Yeah, I'm not seeing much there. It looks like just a wall of light winds. Exactly what that looks like. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to allow that to expire. All right, I feel like I've given it an extra 10 minutes here. Nothing else has really popped up. We do have, again, I want to point out, you're going to hear thunderstorms off and on throughout the overnight hours here and into the morning. Yes, there is a severe threat for far eastern Kentucky only tomorrow after, or I guess this afternoon and evening. When I get up in the morning about 9, 10 o'clock or so, I will post about that, let you guys know the update on that. That'll give you plenty of time to get a heads up and know what to expect there. But everyone is good. Everyone is going to go to sleep if you want to go to sleep. There's nothing life-threatening about this stuff that's happening in Kentucky right now or any of the storms coming later on this morning into the late morning. So everyone's good to go to bed. I'll keep watching the radar here for probably another 30, 40 minutes. But then I'm going to probably head to bed myself. So make sure you just have a way to receive alerts, notifications. You know, I can't stay up on. I gotta get some sleep at some point here. And with these storms being below severe level, I think we're good to go. I think we're good to go. All right. All right. Sarah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So again, just before I sign off here, everyone's going to go to bed. Doesn't matter where you are. I don't care what backyard or suburb you're in. All right. There's no hook. Someone said, "Is there a hook on the Breckenridge storm?" Yeah, I mean, I guess, but there's really not any real rotation happening there. Why is that flash flood warning coming through? Let's turn that off real quickly so I can make sure. Let me make sure, do my due diligence before I sign off. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these storms are going to hook just because. Let me explain. The winds at the ground are going one way. The winds at the above our ground where the height of the storms are going a different way. So a lot of these storms are going to hook. A hook doesn't necessarily mean something is spinning. There is a little bit of wind activity happening there. So you may see a severe warning come out for this area at some point. But again, I don't think it's going to be anything super concerning. I don't really see. Let me just check. Let me just check composite here just to triple check myself. I'm not really seeing a whole lot with that. And it's going into an environment where a strong storm just went through, so this should just continue to weaken. Okay? I think we're all good now. I think I got everyone answered. No severe warnings in the state as of this point. All right. Will the lightning hit LinkedIn Power? I don't know where that's at. All right. I think we're good there. I don't see any more. I'm George Harbick, Chief Forecaster here with Weather Now Kentucky. If anything does change and something crazy happens, of course, I will be back on here live with you. But I do expect everything to remain calm-ish throughout the rest of this morning. It just might be loud at times. And remember, loud does not mean severe. All right? I'm George Harbick, Chief Forecaster here with Weather Now Kentucky. Thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast. Until next time, stay safe, Kentucky.